to translating regional frameworks into tangible progress. This dialogue becomes a pivotal moment across SADC, including here in Botswana. We face intersecting challenges, persistently high unemployment, especially among youth and women, widening skills mismatches between education systems and evolving labor markets, and growing pressure on social protection systems and amid rapid technological change. As parliamentarians, we recognize the international and regional instruments, while not self-executing, serve indispensable compasses. They ground our national commitments in shared values and collective accountability. The SADC protocols and education and employment in particular call us into action across 4 interlocking pillars: gender responsive inclusion, cross-border cooperation, sustainable and adaptive systems, and continuous capacity development. Strengthening these pillars enable us to respond with agility and empathy, especially to those most affected by the structural inequities and disruption. While Botswana has ratified the SADC Protocol and Education and Training of 1997 and has yet to ratify the Protocol on Employment and Labor of 2023, we have consistently aligned our national frameworks with the core principles of both protocols. The key national instruments reflecting this alignment includes the Employment Act and Trade Unions and Employers Organization Act, the revised National Policy on Disability, the revised National Policy on Education, the Education and Training Sector Strategy Plan, and the National Human Resource Development Strategy. Collectively, these frameworks promote equitably access to equality in education and lifelong learning. It strengthens linkages between learning outcomes and labor market needs. It upholds workers' rights, occupational safety, and social protection. It is also embedded in gender equality and non-discrimination at every level. As Thomas Sankara once said, we must dare to invent the future. These discussions are critical because they speak to the dignity of human life, to opportunity, to security and belonging. Consider this economic precarity, which does not exist in isolation. In Botswana, research shows that unemployment, particularly among young men, correlates strongly with increased incidence of gender-based violence. Alarming, approximately 67% of women in Botswana have experienced GBV at least once in their lifetime, significantly above the global average against a partner. These are not just statistics. They are urgent calls for integrated systemic responses. Likewise, economic vulnerability among young women heightens exposure to HIV infection and unintended pregnancies, driven by factors including unemployment, economic dependency, transactional sex, and limited agency in relationships. It is therefore clear that education and employment are not merely economic levers. They are foundational to health, safety, and autonomy. My sincere hope, My sincere hope is that over the next 2 days, your deliberations will yield futuristic, evidence-based, and actionable recommendations. Recommendations that will inform legislative reforms, strengthen institutional capacity, and ultimately improve livelihoods across our region. Through partnerships like ours with the SADC Parliamentary Forum, we deepen our collective knowledge and convert the knowledge into policies, programs, and model laws that deliver real measurable human and economic. Allow me to the late Robinson. Relevant. Open quote. You cannot predict the outcome of human development. All you can do is like create conditions under which it will begin to flourish, close quote. That is precisely the role of this committee, not to dictate outcomes, but to cultivate the conditions for learning, dignity, resilience, and inclusion to thrive. Rich in insight, grounded in solidarity, and driven by purpose. As we collectively advance the SADC vision of regional integration, shared prosperity, peace and security, poverty eradication, and holistic human development. Distinguished delegates, honorable members, welcome again to this beautiful Republic of Botswana. We trust your engagements will both be productive and enriching. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, for such a powerful welcome remarks. I understand you may not be with us for an extended amount of time. With that said, we already want to express our gratitude for being with us, even if it's for a short moment. We really appreciate the work that you do as the Deputy Speaker of the Parliament, but as a strong advocate for SADC Parliamentary Forum work within the Parliament of Botswana. Honorable members, at this juncture, I'm going to now call our meeting to order. The time is 10:57. You will be aware that we were set to start much earlier with our meeting. This then says we are going to have to be very efficient with our time going forward if we are to keep track of the time we had allocated ourselves throughout the day. At this point in time, I will now invite the committee secretary to present the credentials of delegates and to confirm that the quorum of the meeting is present so that we can officially continue with our business of the day. Mr. Munashi, kindly address the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for your remarks. I will present the credentials as follows: Angola, Botswana, DRC, Eswatini, Mozambique, Mauritius, Madagascar, Malawi, Namibia, Tanzania, South Africa, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Lesotho. I can confirm to Honorable Chair that we will call. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Munashi, for confirming that. I would just want to request that the technical team At this point in time, we are going to require our documents to be projected on the screen. Kindly confirm that you are able to assist us with that. We are going to be reviewing the agenda for adoption. So the normal practice is that we will have it on the screen for us to go through it together and then be able to adopt it. So honorable members, the draft agenda of the meeting was circulated as always to all honorable members via our emails. I would really ask that we take a few minutes to go through the agenda, and then members could propose any amendments if there are any. Otherwise, we will move on to the next item. Could we please have the agenda projected, please? And honorable members, we definitely shouldn't take a lot of time on this. As I indicated, this is not a new item or a new document to us. We should have received the documents of the meeting much earlier. So these are some of the points we can save a lot of our time if we are efficient at dealing with this. So we have the agenda projected, and possibly before each one of us, are there any amendments that members would like for us to effect on the agenda? I'll just give a few minutes, about 2 minutes. Can we have the agenda being scrolled for members who may not have it in front of them to review all the sections, and then when we get to the end without any amendments, then we'll adopt the agenda. What's going on with the screen? Can we scroll to day 2? Yeah, that's good. Can we scroll? Can we do day 3? Yeah, that's where it begins. That's fine. Scroll a little bit. The last page should be on display. Yeah. Okay. The last scroll. Honorable members, are there any proposals for amendments to the agenda? In 1, in 2, in 3. So it looks like we don't have any proposed amendments to the agenda. I will therefore ask one member to stand up to call for the adoption of the agenda, and then have another member who will second the adoption of the agenda. I see honorable member from
Namibia.
Namibia.
Edward Alfred Vambo from Namibia proposed the adoption of the agenda. So yes, submit, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, honorable member. Can we have another member who seconds the adoption of the motion? I see honorable member from Mozambique.
Muito obrigado, senhor presidente. Eu apoio a adoção desta agenda.
Thank you very much, honorable member. Honorable members, our agenda is therefore duly adopted. At this point, I will rise as the chairperson to give the opening remarks for our meeting, after which then we'll get into the actual content of our discussion. Thank you. Oh, this is a bit tall. Yeah, can you see me at least? Or perhaps can you hear me, which is more important? Okay. The vice chairperson, Honorable El Karenyi, honorable members of the Standing Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Programs, honorable chair select committees who are with us today, General Her Excellency Ms. Boyamos Homa, the staff of the Forum and National Parliaments, representatives of the SADC Secretariat, representatives of international non-governmental organization, civil society and academia, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my distinct honor and privilege to welcome you all to Gaborone, Botswana for this statutory meeting of the Standing Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Programs. I extend a special welcome to our partners from the SADC Secretariat and the civil society organizations whose presence here defines the collaborative spirit needed to tackle the profound challenges before us. As you are aware, over the next 3 days, we will focus our collective minds on a theme that is not just relevant, but it is critical for the future of the region, aptly put as leveraging SADC protocols on education and employment to build resilient, inclusive capital for the future. We will scrutinize the SADC protocol on education and training of 1997 and the protocol on employment and labor of. One might see them as separate instruments, one being for schools and one being for workplace. And perhaps somebody may see how they are connected. But that would be a great. It goes without the journey of a productive, healthy, and empowered. Basic education is very foundation upon which the future of and is built. A child not read by the age of 10 is not just a statistic on learning poverty, but also a future adult who will be locked out of opportunities, who will be vulnerable to exploitation and unable to contribute fully to the economy. The education protocol provides the blueprint for building the foundation, which extends to ensure quality, for harmonizing our standards, and for giving every child in Southern Africa a fair start. Without this, the lofty goals of employment protocol become an empty promise. Additionally, I cannot overemphasize that when a country fails in education, it is highly likely to fail in labor. Doubtless, it also follows that when it fails in labor, the consequences spill out to our factories and our offices and into our homes and communities, creating a complex web of crisis. Honorable members, the stark reality across much of the SADC region is one of limited employment and labor opportunities, particularly for our young people. In itself, this is a human and social emergency which requires urgent intervention. When a young person is denied the dignity of work, their potential does not simply lie dormant. Too often, it is channeled into destructive paths. We see it in the rising tide of drug and substance abuse that preys on idle hands and desperate minds. We see it in the tragic escalation of sexual and gender-based violence, where economic stress and frustrated masculinity explode within families. We see it in the heartbreaking practice of child marriage, where poverty forces families to sacrifice their daughter's future as a survival strategy. These are the toxic byproducts of the collective failure to connect the dots between education, employment, and protection. Needless to state, this is a tragic paradox because our region is the home of one of the world's most valuable assets in the form of burgeoning youth population. This youth bulge is the SADC's region potential demographic dividend. These young people are the innovators, they are the entrepreneurs, they are the workers and the leaders of tomorrow. However, it should be noted that a dividend is not an automatic gift, but an investment that must be earned. Mindful of this, our region can only reap this dividend if there is a deliberate investment in their education and, crucially, the creation of viable economic pathways for them to transition from school into decent and productive work. If we fail to harness this energy, our demographic dividend will become a demographic disaster that will fuel instability and reverse any development gains that we have made thus far. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, a major part of this challenge, as our concept note highlights, it is the vast informal economy where over 70% of the people of Africa work. For too long, informality has been viewed as a problem to be managed, a space of precarious work and no protection. But we must change this lens. We as parliamentarians and our governments must begin to see this informal economy as a vital policy instrument. It is a sleeping giant of entrepreneurship and local innovation. Therefore, our task is not to eliminate it, but to formalize and integrate it. We must develop strategies that provide social protection to those in the informal sector, that offer themselves a finance and skill development, and that gradually bring them into the formal chains. In doing so, we can transform this vast sea of informality into a powerful engine for industrialization and reindustrialization, building our economies from the ground up. This then brings me to the core question of our gathering. What is the role of Parliament in all this? Honorable members, I must not remind you that we are the custodians and the champions of these protocols. First, we must be agents of ratification by ensuring that our governments prioritize the completion of this foundational step, removing any obstacles in the way. Second, we must be drivers of the domestication. International protocols are only as strong as their national laws. Therefore, it is our duty to ensure that the provisions of these instruments are translated into enforceable legislation
that protects our children, that empowers our workers, and holds our institutions accountable. We must exercise our oversight powers rigorously. This enjoins us to scrutinize budget allocations and ensure that the ministries of education and labor have the resources to implement these ambitious goals. We are called upon to conduct portfolio committee inquiries to hold the executive feet to the fire. We must ask the hard questions such as, why is the 5% student quota still unimplementable? Why are our TVET systems underfunded and mismatched to the market needs? Why does Social Security cover only a fraction of our population, leaving the elderly who raised us to spend their final years in poverty? Honorable members, this meeting is designed to equip us with this task. The expert briefings and the public hearings over the next 2 days are our opportunity to gather evidence, to hear the voices of our citizens, and to understand the ground level realities that statistics alone cannot capture. I therefore urge you all to participate actively, listen intently, and to deliberate with purpose. It behooves us to leave Gaborone not just with a report, but with a clear action-oriented strategy and a set of recommendations that will enable our parliaments to build the resilient and inclusive human capital our region so desperately needs. With these words, honorable members, I declare this statutory meeting of the HSDSP Committee officially open, and I wish you all fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, honorable members. At this point, we are now going to review and go through the meetings of the committee, the minutes of the committee that was held on the 23rd of April, 2025, right? Yes. That should be 30th of October, 2025. Apologies. Like we did with the agenda, we kindly have our meeting minutes projected on the screen. But honorable members, you do also have access to this, as all documents of our meeting today were shared with us by email. So may we kindly review the minutes to see that they are an accurate reflection of what was deliberated during that session. Can we scroll? Yeah. And again, honorable members, we should make it our practice to interact with these documents much earlier before our meetings, so that it doesn't seem like we are just making a check box exercise when we say we are reviewing. We need to be doing this because the assumption is that we have actually interacted with this content before. So this is for the purpose of formalizing that. And members who may have additions and comments would be able to raise that within just a few minutes. Yeah, let's scroll. Okay. Honorable members, these are our minutes for the meeting that was held in October 2025. I would like to call upon a member who would move for the adoption of the minutes. Honorable member from South Africa.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Bongosi Matigizela from South Africa. I move for the adoptions of the minute.
Thank you very much, honorable member. Could you please have another honorable member who who seconds the adoption of the minutes? I see honorable member from Zimbabwe, honorable deputy chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I second the adoption of the minutes.
Thank you very much, honorable member. Our minutes are duly adopted. At this point in time, honorable members, we are going to be considering matters arising from the minutes of the previous meeting. In the documents that were shared, kindly refer to the action taken matrix that has been prepared by our able secretariat. We shall consider the issues in the action taken matrix item by item. So we should have them projected on the screen for ease of following. Kindly please project for us the action taken matrix. And I will invite the committee secretary to present the updates contained in this item. Could you please have it projected?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. As we wait for them to project to document, I might just take this opportunity to remind honorable members that we met in South Africa in 2025, October of 2025, wherein we considered the protocol on employment and labor, the protocol on health, as well as the SADC strategy on sexual and reproductive health and rights. And following the meeting, we came up with 5 action points that were to be implemented by national parliaments with recommendations tabled before the 58th plenary assembly, and then for onward tabling before national parliament. In that regard, the first recommendation was, or the first resolution was to urge all national parliaments, particularly the select committees on health, public service, and labor, to engage the relevant line ministries with a view to expediting the signing and ratification of the SADC protocol on employment and labor, and to accelerate efforts towards the full and effective implementation of the SADC SRH strategy and the SADC protocol on health. And this is an ongoing process and a continuous process, wherein the SADC Secretariat has compiled all the resolutions tabled at the 58th Plenary Assembly, including those tabled by the HSDSP Standing Committee, and these were shared with national parliaments. And it is hoped that these will be disseminated to the relevant portfolio and thematic committees for actioning. And I think this also speaks to the oversight mandate that you have to play as honorable members of parliament to ensure that the protocols and the strategies we dealt with also ratified and implemented effectively. The second resolution was to call upon national parliaments, particularly also the Select Committee on Health, and in conjunction with the Select Committee on Budget and Finance, to prioritize the full domestication of the strategy for sexual and reproductive health and rights into national laws and policies, ensuring the allocation of specific budgetary resources for its implementation. And again, this is an ongoing process wherein with the SADC PF is also on its part with support from the government of Sweden, is currently implementing the 3rd phase of the SRH HIV AIDS and governance project, which some of you have had an opportunity to interact with. And among other things, the project seeks to mainstream SRH into national policies and legislative framework. So the project continues to support activities at national level aimed at complementing the SRH strategies. And in some countries, honorable members, we have noted that there's been a significant increase in budgetary allocations for health and SRH, but we also continue to request your support in ensuring that these budgetary allocations also translate into adequate and timely disbursements, and then ultimately into tangible or positive health outcomes for the citizens in our respective countries. And the third resolution was to encourage national parliaments to effectively discharge their legislative and oversight mandate towards encouraging member states to integrate the objectives of these protocols into their national development plans, particularly by aligning national health strategies with the regional health protocols and reforming labor laws in accordance with the protocol on employment and labor. And the reason why I think this is also an ongoing process where national parliaments are continuously encouraged to effectively discharge this mandate. And the project, again, is also continuously done that at national level. And there's been varied progress attributable to the different operating environments of various countries. But it becomes also critical, honorable members, that as we continue to interact with these protocols and as we go back to our national parliaments, we continuously utilize platforms such as the question time, platforms such as motions and other instruments that are available at our disposals to bring to the fore these issues, particularly the employment and labor, which, as you may recall, had some reservations. Some countries expressed reservations in our last meeting. That is also why we resolved to really also take a deep dive into this protocol in employment and labor, determine the implications, so that as you discuss with the or interact with the various line ministries in your respective countries, you do so from a very much informed perspective. The fourth resolution was to encourage the SADC and SADC PF Secretariat to continue providing technical support to national parliaments in the form of model laws, implementation toolkits, and capacity building workshops to facilitate the effective domestication of these protocols. And this again is a continuous process where we have continuously engaged the SADC Secretariat. As you will see today on the agenda, we have colleagues from the SADC Secretariat who are going to also strengthen our capacity when it comes to these protocols. So the forum has also engaged civil society organizations and other INGOs to provide technical assistance to national parliaments on these matters and other matters that might be of interest. And then the last recorded resolution was to encourage national parliaments to enhance multi-stakeholder engagement, including civil society organizations, labor unions, and private sector, to build public will and ensure inclusive implementation of these protocols. And the forum also continues to do this. The forum also has developed a CSO engagement framework, which really becomes a guide or a blueprint for parliaments to engage strategically with CSOs and other stakeholders. And the national working groups, which really form part of the infrastructure of the SRHR project, have also enabled parliaments to continuously engage with the various stakeholders for the implementation of these and other protocols. So by and large, honorable members, this is an update of the actions that we have taken since we last met in October 2025. I don't know if you have, yeah, so thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Monashi, for taking us through that. Honorable members, are there any particular reactions to the presentation by the committee secretary? Honorable member from South Africa.
No, thank you very much. I hope I'm audible. My name is Tebogo Letsie, the chairperson of higher education, the portfolio committee on higher education. Just few things. I think on page 1 of your minutes, you had indicated that there were a number of parliaments that were dissolved. And they're here today. I thought maybe as part of matters arising from this minute, we'll update that those parliaments are now formed, and those members are in here. And then the second one is, I think how we put together our resolutions in order for them to be impactful. We may need to put together timeframes. For an example, there's a resolution here that speaks about encourage SADC and SADC PF Secretariat to provide technical support to national parliaments in the form of model laws, implementation toolkits, and capacity building workshops. There's no time frame, so it might take us 20 years. I can tell you, your what do you call this, action taken, you are saying that you have collaborated with national parliaments. I can tell you that we have not had us in the National Assembly in South Africa, we have not had any workshop to deal with this thing. So maybe other countries may have, but if we don't have timeframes, so when we write to these parliaments, we may need to include timeframes that maybe by January 2027, we resolve that your parliament should have given or to give us an update, for an example, on this one of the resolutions that were taken. That will help us moving forward, to be able to track whether our meetings are taken serious or not. And lastly, maybe from a legal point of view, it might, I see that in the previous meeting, Zimbabwe would have sent in an apology. And then in this meeting, they've seconded the adoption of the minutes, which might put together the legality of that process in question. Normally, the people who must second and adopt are those who would have been part of the meeting, because I can't, when I don't know whether what we have spoken about here is true, I can't propose that. So I thought maybe before we move forward, we might need to correct that part so that the legality moving forward of our meeting is, the standing of our legality is in good standing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. You raised quite valid points indeed. The first issue that you raised was on the mentioning of members from parliaments that were not present in the previous meeting. And indeed, you're right, in our meeting of 2025 October, there were countries that were either recently from elections and had not yet constituted their representation in the forum. There were some perhaps that were dissolved in preparation for elections. So it is right that we should update that when we are dealing with the minutes to show that now we actually have those parliaments presented in our meeting today. We take note of that and we will have it addressed. Okay. Madam SG, do you have anything around that that you would want to add on the issue of nomination of members who were not there in the last meeting?
Thank you very much. Indeed, we continue to receive nominations from parliaments. Tanzania has already fulfilled that obligation. Malawi equally has done so. Madagascar has also done so following their reshuffle. Namibia has also done so. What often delays the nomination is we have a requirement that Parliament should comply to political plurality, gender representation, and also ensure that we have the Women's Caucus chairperson at national level being part of the delegation. And you find that these are often negotiations that are done with political parties, and that is where the negotiation stalls. We are finding we often reject submissions by parliaments because one of those factors has not been complied with, particularly the Women's Caucus chairperson at national level. Mauritius has also complied, but we are also facing a problem where women representation in parliament is really, really problematic. I'll take the case of Mauritius and Botswana, and I believe I can give this example. Both countries' chairpersons of women caucuses are honorable speakers. And it is something that is born out of the fact that women are really few in those particular countries. So with that, I'd like to say that the time frame is based on compliance. It's equally based on negotiations at country level, but we are doing quite well. We believe that the last country to submit was Namibia. They were waiting for the national government elections to complete because both houses nominate. Regarding the minutes, you are completely in order, honorable member. We will have to repeat that process and take it back so that the minutes are adopted accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam SG, for addressing that. The other second issue that the member did bring up, which again was very valid, was on the issue of the way we put our resolutions. There is a lot of ongoing process, and you're recommending that we should try by all means to qualify some of these things on the ongoing process. You did give an example of maybe mentioning how many member parliaments were successfully given capacity building, if there were any, how many standing committees, for example, were given capacity building on certain things. Those metrics kind of give our action taken a bit of flesh for us to actually see that there is progress. And again, the last thing that he mentioned on the seconding of the minutes by members that may have not been in attendance in the previous minutes, we absolutely accept that that advice that you give us. Perhaps it might be another thing that we do when we redo the adoption of the minutes, then we can correct it in that process as well. Thank you.
Indeed, apologies you raised a very important issue around time frame. I believe we must admit that intention, political will, so to speak, can only come when there's a horizon. And in this case, I'm very pleased that the honorable member is raising this. And I'd like to believe that henceforth, even in this committee, as you deliberate, put a time frame towards that which you are requesting. It will also assist us to look at whether the resources are within our reach. Otherwise, we're just making motherhood statements that have no intention. And I often discuss and say to colleagues, why do we want to convert members of parliament into academics? That is not our role. As staff, we must demonstrate that we've completely understood and internalized the issues in any protocol or any policy document in a manner that then says children under 10 at this percentage cannot read and write. we request Parliament to, within their mandated roles, to do the following, and within this period. And I believe that this is something that is being reiterated now, and we must endeavor. I often also say we don't work for the UN. So let us not be seen to be regurgitating as though we are trying to illustrate that we are educated on matters that should be speaking to people's life and speaking to the mandates of Parliament. And thank you for bringing that up, because that is why we'll always be ongoing. And that is why we are not going to have members of Parliament really being compelled to say, I'm going back to do A, B, C, D on this matter. Or this is what is happening in my country, and therefore within the next quarter, the next budget, this is what I intend to do. So thank you very much for bringing that up. It behooves members of Parliament, as you deliberate, to raise the issues, because the protocols are dated, and therefore it remains our role to say, how do we then move to the next stage?
Thank you very much, Madam SG, for that intervention. I realize that we have some need of a comment from Honorable Madigizela from South Africa.
Chairperson, thank you. I also want to echo the sentiments of our secretary, because I think it's an issue that we discussed at our previous meetings, Debs. The responsibility of this body vis-a-vis the responsibility, for example, of the Council of Ministers, who should be implementing some of the protocols here. And of course, how do we make sure that the resolutions here find expression in the budgets of respective ministries in different countries? Which is why it's a bit of a challenge to put a time frame. Let me just make an example of a very controversial issue. As this body, we made a commitment that we need to deal with the child marriages, for example. Now, the biggest dilemma here is that we have certain countries who still practices child marriages and do not see anything wrong with it. And how do you then put a time frame and say by 2030, for example, we must have dealt with this issue when some of the member states of this body do not believe that it's a problem. So I think as we move towards transforming the body from being from what it is now, as it is a forum, to a fully fledged parliament, we might have a little bit of powers, maybe, when we engage each other and hold each other accountable in terms of how we then move from the resolutions that we make to implementation. So those are some of the issues and challenges that we are dealing with as this body. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Madigizela. And again, I think we are all in agreement and in accordance with the honorable member who had raised the issue. Madam SG, do you have another comment?
No, just to indicate that honorable members have to report at every plenary. So in between committee sessions, there's a 6-month period where each country needs to come back and say, this is what we have done. Regarding the training for model laws or sensitization, also in view of the high turnover of members of parliament, we also depend on parliaments to make the request and say, this is the opportunity. Namibia has already gone ahead. They've come back to us and said, we need that orientation, and they've sequenced it, where we are briefing the Speaker's office, the Clerk's office, and the members of SADC PF, and then it's going to roll down. While others don't need us to do it, they report when they come back to the next plenary, where they have actually worked with the legal department, the research department to unpack. Simply because the development of the model laws is done with the support of parliaments, parliament staff, legal drafters based at national level. So indeed, what we may strengthen our resolution with is to basically say at least 4 countries would report having done so. I think we must be performance-based, and I think that is the import of the honorable member. Equally, you'll see that there's always a horizon, whether it's in declarations or targets for ending HIV/AIDS or sustainable development goals, which sometimes give us many years. But can we as this committee set goals of what it is that we're going to influence? Because like Honorable Madikizela indicates, there's a theory of change of the role of members of parliament, what they can do and what they cannot do. But at least based on their mandated roles, they may be able to say, I would have moved a motion on this, I would have done this, I would have done this. That way, it just shows the catalytic process of such a committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam SG. Indeed, we are getting into the depth of the expected role of this committee and what our respective endeavors that we can use to address thematic areas that we discuss in these committees could be. And again, this is in purpose of trying to improve on how we work, how we report, and hopefully in this meeting we'll see a bit of qualification of our recommendations, as the honorable member has suggested, as Madam SG has also recommended. We could have things like engage X number of parliaments on domestication of a particular model law by end of 2026. Saying engage doesn't mean we'll have successfully forced or made them to domesticate, but at least we have made an effort to engage them. And then that could be some of the things that we have qualified in our recommendations. Madam, as you talked about parliaments making requests, we need to make it clear and known to member parliaments that they can actually request for capacity building, because some of these things are resource intensive. So the forum itself may not necessarily be able to do this on its own, but if they are able to receive certain number of requests per year for capacity building, these are good things that we can actually report that are quantified at the end of the day. Thank you very much, honorable members, for this engagement on the agenda item. So at this point in time, we'll now move on to the presentations. Oh yeah, we need to go back again to our minutes to rectify the issue that was just raised. So could we please go back to the minutes? Can we have them projected quickly? We are looking at the section on the attendees. That is the part that has to be amended, and then the adoption. Not everything in the minutes. And then the honorable member will rise to amend on the section, right? Or how do we go about it? Okay. So we are actually going to work on the right order of adoption, which we did not do right in the beginning. So I'm going to call upon an honorable member who moves for the adoption of the minutes. Yeah, can we scroll? Section one of the minutes. Can you go to section 1 of the minutes, please? Section 1. There it is. On list of attendees. Okay, can you scroll down? No, not that way. The other way, the other direction. Attendees. Yes. On substantive members, please. Yes.
At this instance, the only members who can adopt and second adoption of the minutes are those listed there. Honorable Louisa Damian can do so. Honorable Geronima Agostino can do that. Honorable Bonginkos Madikizela. I see Eswatini proxy. I don't know if DRC, Honorable Clement, is not here today. Honorable Mopekati is chairing, so they cannot. So in that order, perhaps Angola, you may lead, and then Mozambique second, so that we complete here.
Honorable member from Angola.
Obrigada, senhor presidente. Cumprimento também a senhora vice-presidente do Parlamento do Botsuana, que nos acolhe, a distinta secretária-geral, cumprimento os senhores deputados. Eu levanto-me para adotar a ata da nossa reunião. Obrigado.
Thank you very much, Honorable Santos. Can we have an honorable member who seconds the adoption of the minutes? And Honorable Madigizel is out. Oh,
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Bonginkos Matigizela from South African Parliament. I second the adoption of the minute.
thank you very much, Honorable. And thank you very much, honorable members, for this. It's quite good that we have been able to capture that slight irregularity that we were not aware of. At this point, honorable members, we are going to move to the presentations by our resource persons. And we do have Mr. Maxwell from the SADC Secretariat, who will be presenting an update on the SADC protocol on employment and labor. I would just want to note that after the presentations, we will have a session on question and answers for honorable members to interact with the resource persons on the presentations so that we have clarity on the content that will be presented to us. Mr. Maxwell, you are welcome to address the committee. Will his presentation be projected? Technical team, kindly assist us to have it on the screen.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me recognize you and also recognize the Chairperson, honorable members here present, and the SG. I am coming from the SADC Secretariat. Name is on the slide in front. Maxwell Barakokwa. I'm a senior officer responsible for employment at Labour and also youth issues in the SADC Secretariat. I come from the Social and Human Development Directorate, where we deal with social and human capital development. And so naturally, I'm very happy to be with you because it means I'm very much at home, because this is the portfolio committee that is responsible for these issues. I understand that you are short of time because your schedule is rather tight, and I've been requested to be very efficient in the usage of time. So I will only touch on certain critical issues that may be important for your consideration and discussion, and maybe try to create time for a back and forth with you. Indeed, this will be very difficult because, as you have heard during the official opening, issues of employment are issues that are dear to us. As the Deputy Speaker said, these are everyday issues. These are matters that are connected with our lived realities, all of us. And so this protocol is a very dense protocol. It includes many different aspects, but we've tried to be careful as Secretary when we were drafting it, together with member states when they were then adopting the document. So I will track issues as I. The first slide is probably what you are first interested in, because this is the overall picture. The protocol is a protocol of 2023, and many times when we introduce it as such, it creates a bit of confusion, because one of the widely available protocols or the most widely available protocol on this subject is the initial protocol of 2014. So ordinarily, when people go on Google, they will find the protocol of 2014, and I stay on this point because it is very important for your deliberations later. So we have a protocol of 2014, and we have another protocol of 2023. The 2014 protocol on employment and labor was subsequently withdrawn by Summit in 2020, because between 2014 and 2019 thereabouts, most of the member states had realized that it is very difficult, or it will be very difficult, to facilitate signature and ratification of the 2014 protocol for certain reasons that I'll highlight later. And so the sector went back to Council and also Summit, and Summit agreed to withdraw the 2014 protocol, and they opened the avenue for us to develop a new protocol, which was subsequently adopted in 2023. Okay. So the protocol of 2023 has now been signed by 10 member states, and the member states that have signed are listed. The ones that have not yet signed are 6. That is Comoros, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Mauritius, Seychelles, South Africa, and Zambia. Yes, I got them right. So these are the countries that are yet to sign, but I can tell you that there is a bit of speed when it comes to signature. As I said, this is a protocol which is only 3 to 4 years old. And when it was initially adopted, only 3 member states signed, Malawi, Eswatini, and Angola. In the year that followed, we had 4 additional member states that signed. And now from 2025, we have 3 additional member states that have signed. This is very important because most of the protocols, you will see that they are signed upon adoption. And usually there's no traction after adoption when it comes to signature, or signatures are very slow. But when you see a protocol proceeding as one has in subsequent years after adoption, with 3 initial ratifications, 4 additional, and then 4 in 2025, it gives you confidence that member states are going back to the country and deliberating on the instrument and subsequently signing. So this is very important. However, since 2023, I have recorded in a bit of legal terminology there, we have not had a ratification that has been registered by the Secretariat. So legally you can say there is no member state that has so far ratified, because the ratification processes include deposition of the instruments of ratification. But we are aware that in March last year, Angola became the first country at national level in terms of their laws to ratify the instrument. But since then, they are yet to deposit the instruments of ratification. So the Secretariat is yet to receive them. We're in touch with them. We understand what they are trying to do, because they would like an event in the process of deposition. So far, 1 member state has completed the national processes required for ratification, and that is Angola. That means we still have a long way to go in terms of entry into force, because currently you need 2/3, which is 11 out of the 16 member states for the instrument to enter into force. So this is the overall picture. I've been asked to also talk in a bit of detail about the substantive clauses in this protocol. Of course, I will not be able to touch on everything. I will touch on the key issues, as I said earlier. This is general information. So in terms of the objectives, what this protocol seeks to achieve, it seeks to achieve all those things which are cluttered in that slide. The first 2 that you see are basically what we summarize as employment promotion or job creation. This is your favorite area, the first 2. Ensuring that we create opportunities for employment, and also ensuring that the enterprises that create these jobs are sustainable. So that is employment creation. Number 2, the aspect that you see as equality of treatment and non-discrimination is clearly non-discrimination in the workplace. Then you have the 3rd term, which is social security. And then lastly, you have tripartism and social dialogue. These 4 concepts, employment, non-discrimination, social dialogue, and social security, these are the so-called 4 pillars of the decent work agenda. And as you may be aware, the decent work agenda is expressed in one of the global instruments, which is SDG number 8 on economic growth and decent work. So in other words, I'm highlighting that the 4 elements, the first 4 elements, although they are in 5 bullet points, are part of what is globally recognized as the decent work agenda. So this is nothing new to the member states. They've committed to these principles at global level, and these principles are also finding expression at the country level. The 5th objective, if I may say, is what you see written as providing a responsive framework for labor migration governance in the region. So this is one of the key issues that you may keep in mind as far as this protocol is concerned. So broadly, our protocol seeks to facilitate the realization of decent work, not as an aspiration, as said earlier, but as a lived reality that we can impact. Okay. I'll jump this one and focus on this slide. This slide is informing you of what we consider to be the main provisions of the protocol on employment and labor. And this is what you may pay attention on, especially as you go back to the countries and interact on this protocol with the sector ministries that are relevant. We have the article on fundamental labor guarantees. This is the core of the protocol, which is Article 4. That Article 4 is further unpacked in articles that start from Article 6 up to Article 11. So this is really the core. From Article 11, you have general provisions up to the institutional clauses on Article 21 going down, where you now have the boilerplate provisions. So what do we mean by fundamental labor guarantees? The source of the fundamental labor guarantees in this protocol emanate from what in the labor sector we call the core labor standards of the ILO. Now, the core labor standards of the ILO are clustered into 5 categories. The 5 categories, the first is what we call freedom of association and collective bargaining. The second is what we call elimination of forced labor. The third is elimination of child labor. The fourth is elimination of discrimination, or generally called non-discrimination. And then the 5th category is occupational safety and health. So these 5 classes of global instruments or international labor standards each have 2 conventions of the ILO. I'm highlighting this to reveal the point that prior to 2022, we had only 4 categories of core labor standards. The category of occupational safety and health was added in 2022. So as of 2022, all your member states, all the SADC member states had ratified the international instruments covering the classes, the 4 classes that are excluding occupational safety and health. What I mean by this is that the source of the provisions in the SADC protocol are international instruments that your member states have already ratified. In other words, I'm saying at the country level, they've satisfied themselves that they can ratify those instruments either because they agree with the principles or they've already domesticated key parts of those international instruments. And therefore, when it comes to the SADC protocol, it necessarily means that what is contained in the SADC protocol are provisions that they've already acceded to or ratified at the international level, and they are already implementing. So this is part of the reasons why we revised the framework or the protocol since 2014. It was to make it easier for the member states to understand the provisions themselves and also to align the provisions closely with the commitments that they have already ratified. When it comes to the ones on occupational safety and health, member states are already making steady progress to ratify them. One convention on occupational safety and health, Convention 155, has been ratified by 10 member states already. The Framework Convention on Safety and Health, 187, has been ratified by 6, but these are core conventions of the ILO and all member states are taking steps to ratify them. We also have the governance conventions of the ILO or the priority conventions of the ILO. These are the ones at the bottom. which is tripartism and social dialogue, or Convention 144 on tripartite consultation. All SADC member states have ratified this instrument. Then we have employment policies, Convention 122 of the ILO. Only 5 member states have so far ratified that instrument. And then on labor inspection, the General Convention on Labor Inspection, Convention 81, has been ratified by all SADC member states. So these being the sources of the protocol on employment and labor in SADC, I merely want to give you the perspective that you can have the comfort that your member states are already implementing these provisions at country level. Moving forward, so this article number 4 on fundamental labor guarantees is then unpacked in Articles 5 on employment promotion, Article 6, 7, 8, going down all the way to Article 12 on social security. Okay, let me proceed to another talking point which could be of interest to you. Okay. All right, this is what I talked about earlier. Let me come to active labor market policies, because this is where you have the connection between the SADC protocol on education and training and also the SADC protocol on employment and labor. Indeed, these are closely related protocols which feed into each other, but they are different. And the difference is very important for you. In my experience, member states at different levels and the general public tend to think that the major challenge that we have in our region is a challenge with skills, or that the skills that are being produced by industry are the skills that are not being required or demanded by industry. That is true to some extent, but it is not always true. Because when the skills are available, you still need industry that is able to absorb the same skills. And you always have to simplify this perspective. If a new industry is built, ask yourself which skills that industry needs which are not available. In the construction sector, when a road is being built or when a building is being erected, do we not have the plumbers? Do we not have the people to dig? Do we not have the bricklayers in our economies? We have them. But why are they in situations of unemployment? It is because those skills are not in demand. So it is always very important for you when you interact with issues that relate to skills to be able to match the discussion on the supply of labor, which is the skills, also on the demand of labor, which are the enterprises. And so there is a connection between the protocol on employment and labor, in that the protocol on employment and labor is also touching on the sources of the jobs themselves, which are the enterprises. And at a certain stage, I will talk about the uniqueness of the protocol on employment and labor, because it is one of those which are tripartite in nature. The institutional arrangements of this protocol are unique because they bring on board the employers and the trade union organizations. So I'll talk about this later. So this connection of jobs and also the employees or the suppliers of labor is very important. So you do right to consider these protocols in combination in your session. Maternity protection, this is a very important part of the protocol on employment and labor. We seek to bring member states to 14 weeks, which is roughly 98 days. There are a few countries that are already achieving 98 days, but not all of them have achieved this. And believe it or not, when it comes to paid maternity leave, the lists provisions that we see in the region are with Eswatini, where 2 weeks is guaranteed as paid maternity leave. So there is a serious gap in terms of catching up when it comes to some of our countries, but the majority of the member states are already around 14 weeks, some 13 weeks, sorry, some 12 weeks, some 14 weeks is promoted here. However, I would like to inform you that we have a general problem for all the member states, in the sense that for most of our countries, maternity protection schemes are still employer-based. By employer-based, we mean to say for most of the countries, there are no public schemes that guarantee or that pay out when it comes to maternity leave. And so you may have instances of discrimination in employment because the employer is directly liable for maternity protection. That should not be the case. Maternity protection should be one of the schemes that are guaranteed in your social protection mechanisms, where the general public contributes and then payout is met. So although some countries are already meeting the 14 weeks, when it comes to the mechanism of managing maternity schemes, we still have a long way to go. I just wanted to highlight that, but this protocol is including provisions to assist member states to enhance the protection. Okay, persons with disabilities. Let me talk about migrant workers. So one of the major areas for difficulty with the 2014 protocol related to provisions around labor mobility or migrant workers. And the challenge that member states had was what you could call a clash with the protocol on facilitation of movement of persons. And it was clear that the protocol on employment and labor, because it is a protocol within the employment sector, it cannot encroach into the immigration domain. And this is one of the things that had been expressed in the 2014 protocol. So member states realized that there is a potential clash. So matters of immigration control are now clearly left to the protocol on facilitation of movement. And what the protocol on employment and labor is trying to guarantee is equality of treatment of labor migrants in the country of destination vis-a-vis the nationals in that country. So there is no discrimination. But the aspects of labor mobility across borders is not one of the aspects that are addressed in the protocol on employment and labor in terms of the mobility. However, in terms of aspects to do with the workplace, the protocol covers this. So there was a bit of flux, or there was a bit of lack of clarity in the earlier instrument. That has been corrected, and we are confident that when it comes to ratification by member states, that potential clash does not arise with the new instrument of 2023. Let me now go to the issue of social dialogue, but not in terms of Article 20, but in terms of Article 21. This is one of the special areas when it comes to the protocol on employment and labor, because uniquely across all SADC, the protocol on employment and labor establishes a tripartite sector. What do we mean by a tripartite sector? We mean that the protocol establishes a committee of ministers responsible for employment and labor. It doesn't end there, but it says, and social partners. You may have heard that SADC is discussing or deliberating on a mechanism that we call a SADC mechanism of engaging non-state actors. In other words, SADC is only developing a mechanism today in terms of how SADC institutions work with non-state actors. But when it comes to the protocol on employment and labor, the modality of working with employers associations and employees association, commonly called the trade unions, is already existing in the protocol on employment and labor as adopted by Summit. So this is one special instrument which agrees that when SADC does its business, that business does not only concern central governments or the executive, it concerns also key associations or key stakeholders such as the social partners. And this is very unique. So we promote this protocol because it achieves many other objectives that are key to us, also including the SADC, the provisions in the SADC treaty itself. Okay. What were some of the reasons for the withdrawal in 2014 as I get to close? The protocol, there was nothing wrong, so to speak, because the objectives remain the same. But the protocol of 2014 was more ambitious than perhaps should be the case, in the sense that in it, we included certain other international instruments as key provisions. Yet those international provisions had not been ratified by some of our SADC member states. So SADC member states said, if we now ratify the protocol of SADC, what does it mean about provisions that are explicit as far as other international instruments that we have not ratified are concerned? So what we then did correctly in 2023 or prior to that, as we were negotiating, we improved what we call incorporation. I'm sure you're very familiar with this term, where we take specific provisions in international instruments of interest and then put them in the protocol where member states agree, instead of simply referring to an international instrument. So we've achieved a level of drafting which is compatible with many of your jurisdictions at the country level. So that is one of the reasons. So the protocol that we now have, as you interact with your stakeholders at the country level, if we had a protocol in 2014, which was very difficult for the member states, and Summit took an almost unprecedented action to withdraw an instrument in about 6 to 7 years. Now we have a new protocol renegotiated by the member states. Then what would be the reason for not signing and ratifying, since member states were given the opportunity to redraft an instrument that meets their interests? Again, a key point for you to take home. In terms of the comfort that you need to take into account, the SADC employment and labor sector is an old sector. It is not a new sector. It's a sector that was organized in 1995. I'm not sure about my maths. That would be 31 years, right? Is it 31 or 31 years? So at a regional level, there is no ambiguity about the intentions of this sector. In other words, if member states ratify the protocol on employment and labor today, there's a great deal of certainty in terms of what that protocol encapsulates, building on 31 years of regional programming in this sector. Over those years, we have adopted various policy frameworks that support implementation, that also give certainty, all the way from the RISDIP itself, which prioritizes employment, to the SADC industrialization strategy and roadmap, which also includes employment as a specific objective, together with the other macroeconomic convergence targets. We have also sectoral policies like your SADC employment and labor policy framework, also sectoral issues that relate, for example, to labor dispute settlement machinery in member states, child labor code of conducts, and so forth and so forth. So there is comfort within the member states that it is known which the protocol itself provides, and there is a rigorous or a robust infrastructure in terms of policy instruments to support member states to meet their obligations. Another reason for them to ratify or sign. And as I said earlier, this protocol helps member states implement most of their international commitments, which they've already ratified. And so this protocol is not new. It assists them to also meet together as a region some of the international obligations which they've already ratified at member states level. Okay, lastly, and which is close to my heart, the issue of tripartism. This is the one protocol that helps SADC work closely with other key stakeholders in achieving its mandate. And you will not find another instrument which allows member states to have that leverage. Okay, so let me end here so that perhaps we can discuss, but in ending here, let me tell you something which you probably already know, but maybe for the record. Most of our developmental challenges in SADC relate to the issue of unemployment, the issues to do with the needs, the young people that are not in employment or education and training. The difficult issues I saw they are highlighted in your concept note. However, there is a challenge in us understanding whether there is enough understanding amongst ourselves as SADC Secretariat, amongst ourselves as SADC member states, amongst ourselves as SADC Parliamentary Forum, in terms of exactly what we need to do to address this challenge of unemployment. There is a thinking that this challenge of unemployment, somehow it can come right. If we get many other things right, then employment will fall into place. But the evidence that we have since our independence is, as member states, we can be clear that if we do not deliberately address unemployment on its own, we will not be able to achieve the results that we need. We need to focus on unemployment. And in SADC, this is the only instrument that helps you focus on the challenge of unemployment, both from the perspective of sustainable enterprises and also from the supply side of looking at the employees themselves. Under normal circumstances, when you discuss with people, they think that the challenge is that the young people are not have skills, right training. That's the problem. The major problem is that we need to also provide for those jobs. Then many times you have heard people saying, no, young people, they need to create their own jobs because the jobs are not there. That is totally wrong. Some of us said those things. Can I continue? Okay, some of us have said that because it is easy to say. The problem with those statements is that you underestimate the challenge of the unemployment situation that we have. It is millions of young people, and it is not feasible to talk about millions in South Africa, where your population is about 62 million, thereabouts. When you talk of other countries, Tanzania, Madagascar, it is not responsible to talk of those millions creating their own jobs. I'm not saying job creation or creating enterprises is not a solution. Creating enterprises is a solution, but it is only a solution in the sense that sustainable enterprises themselves, what do? They create jobs. So the whole situation of correcting the unemployment situation rests with job creation. Yes, young people must create their own jobs, but as they create their own jobs, the most sustainable means of creating jobs are enterprises that also create jobs. So the solution is job creation, honorable members. So This instrument is very important in spotlighting that approach. At the end of the day, the idea that young people must create their jobs is what we call deflection or deflecting, because we're taking the responsibility placed on ourselves as governments or the state to create jobs, and we're putting it back to the young people that they must create the jobs themselves. Then why are we here? It is possible for us to create jobs, and we should do so. And one of the instruments that are needed by the member states are this particular instrument. So let me end here. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maxwell. Quite interesting presentation, quite interesting insights indeed. Especially when you are closing now, you just said a lot of things that perhaps we need to reflect on a lot as parliamentarians, as member states, in terms of our responsibility to create a conducive environment for these young people. Honorable members, I would like to give an opportunity to open the floor for questions, comments, seeking of clarifications based on the presentation that we just got. I see Honorable Madigizela has something to say. I see Honorable Member from Malawi. Let's see if we can take in a bunch of three. I see Honorable Member from South Africa as well. In that order, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much for the presentation, Mr. Parakokwa. I just want to raise 3 points in your presentation. The first point on Article 13 and Article 16, the caveat within the available resources is a problem because it creates a loophole for the employers or the decision makers to escape that and say, well, we don't have enough resources and therefore we will not be able to do A, B, and C. And I think the terminology is very important when we craft these documents. That's the first thing. And I also want us to look, I understand the definition in terms of the International Labour Organization of the decent work. But the issue of decent work, and I'll make an example with my own country. And I want to hear your views on this. I want to also raise this issue of decent work together with unemployment versus income, generating activities. Because I think most of our focus becomes employment. But if you look at South Africa, for example, you have millions of people who are coming from outside South Africa. And most of those people have an income. They've found an environment that is conducive for them to generate an income. You might say they are unemployed, but what is the focus really? Is the focus making sure that people are able to generate an income, or is just to be employed? So the concept of decent work, and again, I say in terms of the definition of the ILO, is a noble one. But sometimes you have a situation, as I said, in my country where, because we are not enforcing those laws, people are employed under conditions that do not meet the standard of ILO. They are making an income, and you find that there are many people who are from South Africa who are not working. Maybe how do we, in your view, how do we navigate around those challenges? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Madikizela. We'll then go to the honorable member from from Malawi. And please, honorable members, let us remember when we speak, let's first introduce ourselves so that we get acquainted to each other. You can now see that every time I talk to Honorable Madikizela, I now call him by his name. In the beginning, I said, honorable member from South Africa. He introduced himself, I think, twice, and now I was able to pick his name. So please let us do that. It is only fair and respectful to address members by their names. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. My name once again is William Suswere Banda from Malawi. I want to, first of all, thank the presenter, Mr. Maxwell Parakokwa. Sorry for having difficulties in pronouncing your last name. But thank you so much for your informative presentation. But I think I have 2 or 3 issues seeking clarification. On the maternity protection, I just wanted to appreciate whether the 14 weeks were based on research within the SADC Secretariat. I was looking at Malawi, where you see a lot of variation. The ladies that are in the public sector enjoying more days of leave than those that are in the private. So how did you arrive at the 14 weeks? Just wanted to appreciate that. On the youth employment, it's a big issue, especially with the economies that are struggling like Malawi, where you see that the private sector is not growing. The private sector, the public sector is actually shrinking. So you find that would encourage the youth to be moving towards entrepreneurship. And it looks like your presentation, you're not subscribing to that. But I thought self-employment, if you look at entrepreneurship, you're looking at a livelihood. How does an individual sustain himself or herself? But the critical issue, in my view, if the youth are accepting to be entrepreneurs, the critical issue in the region is the cross-border issues, where a young man, a young lady wants to cross a border to another country to buy commodities for sale. And it's not easy to cross the borders. As SADC, how do we look at those issues? This is someone who is not going into a country to look for employment, formal employment, but only to buy items, and also is giving business to that country. But to get to that country, it's a hassle. So I just wanted to appreciate your take on that. The last one is to do with the ratification of the protocol on employment and labor. Thank you that you see a good progress in this area. I also wanted to commend you for that. But I'm just wondering why the ratification, in my view, is a bit slow. I just wanted to appreciate your assessment. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable William. I had a hand from Honorable Member from South Africa and Honorable Member from Angola. And I think after the 4, we can have him respond. Then we'll go back to the 2 Honorable Members from Mozambique.
Well, thank you very much, Chairperson. The name still remains Tebogo Letsie, from South Africa. Let's appreciate the presentation. Indicate that maybe at the beginning I was a bit I was a bit lost with the direction of your presentation and the concept note of the meeting. I thought in the beginning there were, I thought the presentation probably would have made sense in a different forum of SADC, because their concept note here would have said both the protocols of employment and labor and education and training should represent a comprehensive framework for developing, one, the region, and two, its people, who, according to the concept notes, are the most valuable assets. And earlier on, I may have been lost. I did catch up and understood where you came from and why you would have started where you started. I think, one, we must accept that the ILO, the definition of employment as it is now, is probably not correct. Because the current definition of employment is the state of paid work. That's what it says. The state of having paid work, then you are employed. But with the modern situation now, where people make money out of virtually everything, they make money from TikTok, they're not employed, but they content create. But when we do the statistics, we study them, we'll say these people are unemployed. They are not in employment, education, or training. So they form part of that need. And yesterday after we arrived, I went to Main Mall. I walked around there. And walking around there, I saw a lot of people with their different stalls, who, according to the labor statistics of Botswana, they will be classified as unemployed people. But there's economic activities that are generating income. And how we then define employment might be a little bit problematic in this day and age. I mean, in Gauteng, where I come from, we've got about 5 years ago, the economy of what we call the informal economy there was about 10 million a day in Johannesburg, where old people and young people sell fruits, vegetables, they sell clothes. 5 years ago, it was estimated to be about 10 million a day. And we are saying these people are unemployed, and we count them as people who are unemployed, and which I think we might have a problem with, or want the secretariat on this thing to rather take it up with the ILO or SADC first and discuss this thing. I think in your presentation, you indicated that the current protocol of 2023 has been signed by about 10 countries. Maybe if you can just explain to us why these other countries that have not signed have not signed. Because 2023 might seem short, but because we're not starting afresh, we have started from the protocol of 2014. Then we should have a reason why some member states have not signed. Maybe take us through so that, because when you have people in these meetings, when we take resolutions here, we should be advocates for those resolutions. And we need to understand what would the problems be so that when we take them back, we're able to, and I'm raising this because I've seen that you said South Africa has not signed. So myself and Honorable Madikizela should go and be advocates of this resolution to get South Africa on board. And maybe lastly, you say that it might be dangerous for people to go around, especially politicians, to go around saying young people must create their own jobs. Maybe start on a lighter note and say that it might be the easiest thing for people to say when they're in government. But when we campaign, remember we say we'll create so many jobs. And then reality comes into play. And when reality comes, we then realize that we overcommitted. And it might be the easiest thing, I agree. But I don't think it's far from the truth or far from the facts. By the way, I believe that as a region and as a continent, we are going to be hard hit on an employment side by this thing called artificial intelligence. It's going to wreak havoc in our economies. We're going to lose millions of jobs. Because I can tell you now, there will be no need to have a marketing manager tomorrow or a marketing division in companies, because they'll do it through artificial intelligence. Lawyers, at least one section of law of getting legal opinions, I see it being in trouble. So we're likely going to lose a lot of employment if we don't regulate certain things. There are certain countries, Secretary, who currently are regulating this thing of artificial intelligence. That says, yes, we are pro-development, but it must not be destructive. So they regulate the use of artificial intelligence. And if in the region we don't look at that, we're likely going to have problems where these top 5 AI companies who all come from San Francisco is going to probably even lead to regime changes, because once many people start losing jobs, people start losing houses, start losing cars, and then they might start even doing. So maybe just as a take home to all of us here, maybe we might need to pay some attention to this thing of artificial intelligence and how it can possibly wreak havoc in the region. The economy will grow, but jobs will shrink. And therefore, we might need to relook that part. The last part, I'm sure it was just, in passing. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tibucho. Can we just take one last from Honorable Member from Angola, and then you can react, and then we can then have another set of questions. Thank you.
Obrigado, Senhor Presidente. Eu gostaria, em primeiro lugar, de felicitar o nosso preletor por trazer-nos a reflexão importantes questões. Nós entendemos que os protocolos da SADC sobre educação, emprego e outras matérias não podem continuar a ser tratados como instrumentos paralelos. eles devem ser estruturalmente indissociáveis. Porque educação sem emprego gera uma frustração qualificada. Emprego sem educação gera uma baixa produtividade e aumenta a pobreza. O que é que os parlamentos nacionais devem continuar a fazer? Acho que devem assumir um papel mais assertivo, não apenas na ratificação, mas, sobretudo, na harmonização legislativa efetiva e também na garantia de uma orçamentação necessária para nós resolvermos esta problemática. Porque é uma problemática muito séria. E a realidade que o documento de base nos apresenta é clara. E permitam-me dizê-lo com muita frontalidade. Nós não estamos perante uma crise isolada de desemprego ou déficits educativos. Estamos diante de um ciclo estrutural de vulnerabilidade social. E o assunto é muito sério e pode comprometer gerações inteiras. O nosso preletor dava um exemplo aqui de que há países que só dão 2 semanas de licença de maternidade. Eu acho que isso é um insulto à vida humana, porque 2 semanas não é suficiente para uma licença de maternidade. Grande parte dos países já falam em 90 dias, mas 2 semanas me parece que é um insulto à própria vida humana. Portanto, nós temos que refletir seriamente o que é que queremos. Os protocolos estão aí, são ratificados, são assinados, mas e na prática, o que é que acontece? Pensamos que é importante esta preleção do nosso preletor e também o facto do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC ter inscrito esta temática, porque estamos a comprometer gerações inteiras e temos que olhar isto de uma forma muito mais assertiva. Eu fico por aqui e gostaria que o nosso preletor desse um conselho aos parlamentares como é que devem agir no sentido de nós darmos solução a esta problemática do desemprego. Porque é verdade que o Estado não pode dar emprego a todo mundo, isso é uma realidade. É preciso nós apostarmos na formação profissional dos jovens, dar-lhes as ferramentas necessárias para que eles possam caminhar. Porque não tenhamos ilusões, o Estado não é capaz de empregar toda a gente. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Honorable Santos, for that intervention. And honorable members, I would really want to express our great appreciation to the Executive Secretary of SADC for the technical support that they provide to this committee. For many of our meetings, we get a lot of support from them, and they always come with quite insightful information and help us understand these issues. So interacting with them is such a privilege for us, and let's have our resource person react to this, and then we can take another batch of questions and comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I also appreciate the enthusiasm that the honorable members are showing in this subject matter. I will attempt to be efficient once again in responding to your questions. So to start with, I think honorable member from South Africa. Yes, indeed, the wording of protocols is as reflected in some parts of the protocol. We cannot be absolute in the wording of a legal instrument such as this one, because we are regulating across different countries that are also at different levels of advancement. And so the language recognizes that some countries have a long way to go and therefore to carry them and to agree on the same set of principles and commitments. You therefore naturally in every protocol will see language in that form. So it is simply an expression of the reality where you have countries that are at disparate levels in terms of development. So if you're formulating a provision on maternity protection, that provision has to meet the interests of a country that is still talking of paid maternity leave of about 2 weeks, at the same time as a country that is already at 14 weeks. So to bridge the gap, language will have to speak to all these countries. So that is the reason. It is a drafting issue, but it does not take away from the principle or the objective that all countries as 16 wish to achieve. But in their collectiveness, remember they are also individual at the member state level, and you have to carry them along. Now, in terms of going to the other question, the source of the 14 weeks. The source of the 14 weeks is an international instrument called ILO Convention 183 on maternity protection. It is the standard adopted at the global level, which sets the floor at 14 weeks. That is the source. And as I said, not all member states are far off in terms of where we are. So 14 weeks is 98 days. The database that we have, Angola is 90, Botswana is 84, Comoros is 98, DRC already 98, Lesotho 84, Madagascar 98, Malawi 56, Mauritius already 98, Mozambique 60, Namibia 84, Seychelles already 98, South Africa is more, 120, URT 84, and Zimbabwe already at 98. So the drafting of an instrument will take into account the realities and also some of their commitments at global level. So in this case, they've endeavored to achieve 14 weeks through the protocol. Okay. Now, going to Malawi, still in Malawi, this gentleman seated here or standing here agrees entirely with entrepreneurship as a means of poverty eradication and as a means of addressing the unemployment situation that we see. However, what we are saying is productive entrepreneurship will always create employment. And therefore, in promoting entrepreneurship and self-employment as a state or as government, what we in fact are promoting is not necessarily the self-job, but it is a self-job that can also create opportunities for the other young people. That is the clarification. So we are not necessarily talking of self-employment where a person may only be the only employee of their enterprise. We would like to put in place mechanisms as governments where a young person creates a job, but that job is also able to create opportunities for other people. That is the difference. However, I must also add that when we talk of young people creating their own jobs, we are also supposed to be mindful of the quality of employment that we're talking about. One way of creating a sustainable job is through a well-trained young person. And usually that is a young person that has worked before, that has gained experience, and they are now able to transform that employment or that experience into their own employment. So these things, when we talk of a young person creating their own job, we cannot and we should not divorce them from employment itself. They are connected. The point is, when we talk of young people creating their jobs, we should not be raising that issue as a safety valve or as an escape route from creating employment, which remains one of our objectives. That is the issue. Otherwise, yes, indeed, entrepreneurship will be very important as we go forward. Okay, moving on, the issue about employment. Thank you very much, Honorable Member from South Africa. So the figures that you see that are alarming when we talk about the unemployment rate or youth unemployment rate approximating 60% in some of our countries. Unemployment rate currently at regional as an average peaking at 36%. Believe it or not, that the definition of employment includes work for pay and profit. So the old definition is the definition that did not include pay or profit. It is also the old definition that also included subsistence work. But the statistics that you see in the SADC region are in line with the latest statistical standard. And the latest statistical standard or the definition of employment, it is work for pay or profit. So necessarily self-employment or entrepreneurship in general terms itself is included as long as the undertaking is set up for profit. So the figures where you see the unemployment rate at 50%, it is already including the people that cannot be in employment for pay or for profit. Okay. Now let's move. Then the issue of cross-border, very important. So one of the key projects that we currently have in SADC is what we call the tripartite project. Tripartite because it is including EAC, COMESA, and SADC. It is the simplified trade regime, where we are targeting young people and also women entrepreneurship to simplify the doing business from the perspective of crossing borders. So we recognize the importance of also the cross-border element when it comes to creating opportunities for our people. And we have a project that is currently running, targeting young people and also women. So agreed when it comes to the issue of entrepreneurship and cross-border trade. Of course, the point is that we still need to do more. Now, coming to the issue of slow ratification, as expressed by Honorable Member from South Africa, I agree with you. And this is why I didn't only talk about the protocol of 2023. I included the background of 2014, and I highlighted that the principles are the same. The issues of correction were issues to do with drafting. So essentially, this is not necessarily a new protocol. Of course, in legal terms, when a protocol is withdrawn in 2020, it doesn't exist. But at a practical level, the issues, the member states have been dealing with these issues for some time. However, we may discuss further whether the process is slow when it comes to signature or the process can be acceptable in the sense that with a new protocol, all the member states still have to start from scratch in terms of undertaking the consultations and in terms of seeking the necessary approvals from cabinet and also going back to parliament where that process includes parliament. So necessarily those processes take time. And we understand that although we have 10 member states that have signed, the remainder of the member states are taking steps. But I'll come back to the question of whether we actually know the specific issues or not. Let me come to the issue of ratification. When it comes to ratification, the 2014 protocol had been ratified by Zimbabwe only. So you can easily assume that with a better instrument of 2023, Zimbabwe will easily ratify the process of 2023. Maybe yes, maybe no. But the point is, even if Zimbabwe would like to ratify the 2023 protocol, they still have to go through the same processes. And we know very well that Zimbabwe is going through those processes. So for now, I wouldn't take the perspective that there is no movement with the signature and ratification process, because from 2023, the member states had to initiate the processes, and we know very well that these member states are taking those steps. However, lastly on that point, we have engaged member states in terms of the potential difficulties that they may still have with this instrument. And we are running that survey with 8 member states that have responded so far. And in the case of South Africa, there is only one issue that we're discussing with them. With South Africa, for your information, they have only one issue, but for clarification from the Secretariat so that they can take the next steps. One fundamental, there are other issues to do with the boilerplate provisions, but one substantive matter. They've looked at Section 11 on non-discrimination. And in the clause where we have excluded affirmative action as not being discrimination, South Africa has come back to us to ask whether in their context, race is included because of their history. That when they are rectifying certain racial historical issues connected to race, would it be considered discriminatory? And we have said to them, in fact, one of the sub-articles under Section 11 is addressing that very issue to say all affirmative action is not discriminatory, except that the list included, because it's drafting, you cannot include all matters, did not include race, but it is such as, and then it lists the grounds. So we're clarifying to South Africa that their concern is taken care of in the protocol. So indeed, many countries are engaging the SADC Secretariat and taking steps towards ratification. I can assure you, your meeting. So let me end. Then there was a comment about artificial intelligence. Very true. We need to be taking steps to understand the terrain on artificial intelligence and position ourselves appropriately, including in terms of legislation and how we can regulate that area. That area should not be an accident that we have to deal with unprepared. It's something that we can manage going forward. My last point, Chairperson, and I hope I've addressed everyone. Angola, the point is noted. We trust the parliaments to continue to be engaged in this manner, in this matter, and to support the governments as they will be taking steps both to sign and ratify, because as you rightly say, these are critical issues for development in the region. But my last point goes back again, I think, to the issue that was raised by South Africa when it comes to, again, the issue of entrepreneurship or self-employment. Absolutely correct. However, always keep in mind that when you're talking of employment, you're talking of two sides. The one side is the supply side. These are the young people, these are including adults that are in employment or not in employment. That is the supply side. But there is always another side, which is the demand side, which is connected to your issues of economic growth, your issues of economic stability. When we say young people should create their own jobs, which is correct. It is correct. However, at that stage, you're only addressing one side of the equation, which is the attributes of the labor supply. But there's also the other attribute, which is creating stable economies, which is creating the economic growth circumstances that are important for flourishing enterprises. So do not end by simply talking about the supply side. In fact, there's a lot that we can do to create jobs for the young people. when we manage our economies responsibly, when we manage our institutions correctly, when we manage issues to do with corruption and eradicate them, we create the enabling enterprises that can create jobs. So I say that it may be irresponsible to only talk about one side of the equation. I am saying there's a lot more that we can do to actually create jobs, and we should do it. Lastly, when I was looking at the economic outturn for our region just this last year when we reported to Council, the target for economic growth in your region in terms of your policy instruments in SADC is 7% economic growth annually. The highest performing country was 4.4%, and that is Angola. So the rest are below the targets that we're aspiring for. However, when we reach the economic targets that we've set ourselves and the levers for achieving that are in the control of government, these are your fiscal policies, these are your monetary policies. When you manage those responsibly, you are creating the jobs. So this narrative that we cannot create jobs for all the young people may be correct for those who are structurally unemployed, but as a general statement, it is not correct. On the one side of the demand side, there's a lot that we can do. On the supply side, there's a lot that we can do to skill the young people and also to enable the young people to create sustainable enterprises that can create other jobs. So this is the story when you look at it broadly and, as I usually say, responsibly. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maxwell. And as you continue to ably explain these issues, you keep really challenging us as members of parliament to think beyond the existing stereotypes in terms of what we say and what we do and what power we believe we have in actually supporting to create jobs for young people. You have expanded on a number of concepts that are quite important to consider every time we have these kind of conversations. Honorable members, we are fast heading towards the time that's supposed to be our lunch break. But before we do that, I have recognized 3 members that still want to have their inputs. That is 2 members from Mozambique and 1 member from Eswatini. I'm going to request that we have them as our last interventions, after which then we'll break for lunch. There is also the deputy chair, a member from Zimbabwe. Please take it in that order. Honorable members from Angola, honorable member from Eswatini, and honorable member from Zimbabwe. Mozambique is withdrawn, but they're out. But there she is.
Muito obrigada. Eu sou Lucília Rama e não faço parte deste fórum, mas fui convidada porque no meu país a minha comissão trata dessas áreas: educação, saúde, trabalho, emprego. Estou nesta qualidade. E quero agradecer, saudar também ao nosso facilitador ou apresentador do tema, porque de facto é uma grande preocupação para o nosso país. Mas gostava também de dizer que Moçambique já saiu dos 60% em relação à licença de maternidade. Desculpa, 60 dias depois parto. E nós temos uma nova lei que foi aprovada em 2023. Nós agora temos 90 dias de licença para a mulher. E, para além disso, também para o pai tem direito a 7 dias. 7 dias para ficar com a esposa, não para ir passear ou beber de felicidade, principalmente quando tem um rapaz, não é? Nós, os africanos, parece que gostamos mais quando é um rapaz. E dizer também que nesta mesma lei, em caso da mulher perder a vida durante o parto, o esposo também tem este direito de 90 dias. Está salvaguardada esta questão. E fiquei um pouco ultrapassada, porque depois acabou explicando aqui em relação aos conceitos de trabalho, emprego. É um problema muito sério. Nós estamos a ter vários projetos ligados a iniciativas juvenis, porque sabemos que a maior parte da população com estes problemas são jovens, e a população moçambicana, na sua maioria, é jovem, e o país está fazendo vários trabalhos em prol desta mesma juventude. Mesmo assim, não nos sentimos satisfeitos. Como dizia o deputado da África do Sul, nas nossas campanhas nós falamos que vamos criar mais postos de emprego, vamos criar oportunidade para os jovens, mas chegados ao fim, nós não conseguimos responder esta mesma preocupação. Será que tem a ver só com a não qualificação do jovem? Porque também o jovem com determinadas competências técnicas também tem problemas de emprego. Ele, com tantos conhecimentos que tem, com essa formação toda, mas ele não consegue. Ou se ele consegue este mesmo emprego, ele não consegue gerir até ter sucesso, levar muitos anos ou criar mesmo capacidade de emprego duradouro para os outros também. Como fazer? Então, este é que é o grande desafio para nós. Como é que nós também, como parlamentares, podemos influenciar aos nossos governos para esta questão de emprego e principalmente na alocação dos orçamentos para essas áreas de trabalho, de emprego e também para a questão de educação. Eram mais ou menos essas questões, porque outras acabei ficando ultrapassada, que eram esses conceitos, e são conceitos que nos preocupam bastante: trabalho, emprego, e a questão de competências, formação, não é? E aquele jovem que não é formado também. Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Let us continue to remember to introduce ourselves, our names, Honorable Members, before we intervene. Honorable Member from Eswatini, then we have Honorable Member from Zimbabwe. I realize that Tanzania also like to.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Senator Dr. Linda Ngomalo from the Kingdom of Eswatini. I just want to maybe put the whole issue of maternity benefits in Eswatini to perspective. The Kingdom of Eswatini has realized that there was a gap in the legislation when the act was made. And we are in the process right now of reviewing the bill. It's being reviewed as I speak now, and it is meant to address all the shortfalls that we have realized. In terms of practice in Eswatini, I must say that personally, I have 3 children, and I went on 3 weeks maternity, 3 months maternity leave, and I was paid fully for all of that, and all my benefits were never, an issue. So much so that I think in terms of application, it depends on sector by sector. Largely, the public sector does get all employees paid fully on their maternity benefits, but the private sector, some sectors, you find that they stick to what is there in the current existing law. So it is an issue that we are addressing, and it is bad practice, and it's something that we want to deal with as a country. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Linda, for that clarification about Eswatini. Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you so much, Chair. My name is Lynette Karenyi. A member of Parliament from Zimbabwe and the Deputy Chair of the committee. Thank you very much, presenter, for the information. Maybe also to emphasize that Zimbabwe also offers 3 months for maternity leave. And the other one is after the maternity work, when the mother is back at work, she also gets 1 hour for breastfeeding. But I would also want maybe to share something which I managed to also learn when I had another visit to Rwanda. Maybe if we can also push in terms of our law in our nations to try by all means to increase production even at workplace. You know, in Rwanda, they also offer like on-site childcare, whereby the mother, instead of that mother going back to feed the baby at home, the mother doesn't go home. She actually breastfeeds at workplace. So I think if you also push for that in our country, it will also increase production, because actually we visited a dairy company where they said soon after they implemented that law, their production increased because mothers were no longer going back to also breastfeed. So I think in our parliaments, we must also try by all means to push for those kind of laws, because it also help women to also breastfeed even at their workplace. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Can we have, I have not seen which honorable member from Tanzania wants to intervene. Yes, honorable. Please remember to introduce yourself.
Thank you. My name is Husna Juma Sekiboko, Member of Parliament from Tanzania and Chairperson for Standing Committee on Education, Culture and Sports. To me and maybe to Tanzania, we think SADC member states shall better align education and the training with labor market needs and strengthening higher education industry, linkage through practical trainings, joint curriculum design, research, and innovations. And this is due to the truth that we are facing a great gap or challenge. The most of African countries are facing the problem of skills mismatch. Some courses and professionals that have been offered in our universities had no any link with the labor market available. So member of parliament from member countries has to address and to emphasize on our governments to produce professionals who could help to solve problems that are facing our societies, instead of ongoing producing professionals who do not match with the need of the labor market. Mr. Chairperson, globally, we have some causes like the cause of socialism, or causes like so many causes which are only they have a very limited market labor. So instead, I think we have to transform our education into more practical education. For example, in Tanzania now, we are implementing the reform of curriculum in all levels of education. And we are aiming at addressing the problem of unemployment by emphasizing education on producing or enabling students to be able to get skills which is needed in the society, especially the vocation ones for solving a problem which are outstanding in the society. But also, I think if we could be able to produce or to make a way on which we offer education which could be linked with the labor market. For example, in private sector, in industries, etc. It could be a way to solve the problem of employment, because the government nowadays has no way to provide education, employment to all graduates or to all professionals that have been offered with our university. So expanding the market to the causes that could be fulfilled in private industries, especially the vocational ones. The operational causes, it could be the way to reduce or to solve the problem of employment to our member countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Yeah, it will take me some time to get your name. It's quite difficult, but I think in the second time, third time, you
Just take Husna.
Husna.
Yes.
Husna. Thank you very much. Yeah, I had said that would be the last, but honorable member from Mozambique who was out had raised her hand. She's back, and I beg your indulgence, honorable members, that this should be the last intervention. We should be moving out for lunch now.
Muito obrigado, senhor presidente, pela concessão da palavra. Também vou me associar aos colegas que me antecederam em saudar o nosso preletor pela forma como ele apresentou este tema, um tema de extrema importância. E durante a apresentação, o preletor falava aqui do trabalho infantil. Eu apenas trago aqui uma provocação, se calhar, para o debate, porque muitos nossos países temos grande trabalho informal. Muitas nossas populações estão no trabalho informal. Em algum momento, uma mãe camponesa que às vezes põe o seu filho na baraca para segurar por um tempo, porque ela tem que ir a machamba. Queria saber até quando o protocolo preconiza esse trabalho infantil, até quando considera o trabalho infantil. Apenas uma provocação. Obrigada.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I think we can have you, Mr. Maxwell, to react to the interventions.
Okay, I will try not to delay your lunch. Thank you very much once again, Chairperson, and thank you to the honorable members again for the enthusiasm. I will start with Mozambique. Yes, so thank you very much for the additional information relating to the progress that has been made on maternity protection. It is duly noted. This is progress that has been made since the time that we're developing the protocol. And thank you very much. I know Mozambique, one of those countries, when it comes to the issue of employment and youth employment, if you like. I know last year the president launched a very important initiative to support young people. I can't quite remember the scheme, but something like the Youth Initiatives Fund, Youth Initiatives Fund, and the My Kit, My Job program, where 60% of resources are being allocated to young people. These are those initiatives that we're saying will be very critical to support an entrepreneurial base of young people that can create sustainable enterprises and also sustainable job creation. So just to commend you on that. You are not the only one. There's also Namibia and many other countries that have done almost the same. Then on child labor, so interesting that again Mozambique raises this issue in the interest of time, let me say the protocol does address this issue. And one way in which it does this is one area where the protocol has been bold. We have a number of countries that have set the minimum age for employment at less than 15 years because international standards allow that. We did a round of validation on this recently, and I know these figures are up to date. The countries that have less than 15 years are Angola, Malawi, Namibia, URT. And the countries that are above 15 years are DRC, Mauritius, Mozambique, and Zimbabwe. And I will talk about Mozambique in a moment. So although there are some countries that are at 14 years, in this protocol, they've agreed to raise the threshold for the region even better than the international standard. And they've set the minimum age for employment at 15 years. So that's a bold measure, considering that other countries are still below it. Okay, why I am highlighting Mozambique, it is because you are the first country in the region through your recent legislative amendment to actually raise the age to 18 years, but 16 years subject to parental consent. But in terms of the headline figure of 18 years, it is only Mozambique that has taken this bold measure to protect young people by raising the age to that figure. The other countries that are close to you are DRC, Mauritius, and Zimbabwe. Okay, so a commendation for Mozambique on this particular aspect. Now, let me move rapidly to Eswatini. So thank you very much, Eswatini. Noted, I'm aware, I can confirm, because one of the labor commissioners that I play with is a labor commissioner from Eswatini, current acting labor commissioner, and former labor commissioner who is now Secretary of Public Service. So I'm very close to Eswatini. Many people, when they guess where I come from, they say Eswatini, and I keep it that way. So I know that measures are being taken to amend the Employment Act number 5 of 1980 to address the issues as you have highlighted. And indeed, although the paid leave period in terms of this act is 2 weeks, it allows women to go on maternity leave for 12 weeks. It is the paid duration, which is the subject of ongoing consultations in Eswatini. But thank you for confirming that you are addressing this issue. Then Zimbabwe, as far as the protocol is concerned, they were the only one to ratify, and I will look forward to the Vice Chair and the team at Parliament, the rest of the honorable members, to support Zimbabwe's ratification, because I know the ministry has worked with the relevant cabinet entities, the Cabinet Committee on Legislation and so forth. And I think they were reporting that they are ready to go to Parliament or are already at Parliament. We look forward to you supporting the ratification of the instrument. And thank you for sharing the best practices from other regions as far as maternity protection is concerned. So well taken note of. I think the last matter is the matter of training and skills anticipation as raised by URT. You're on point, Madam. My point of emphasis from your presentation is about skills forecasting or skills anticipation. This is where we are looking as a region to anticipate the skills of the future and already prepare our tertiary institutions and also our foundational learning to prepare for opportunities that are in future, but will be a reality. Some of these are already with us, not so much in the future anyway, the issues of digital skills, the issues to deal with climate changes. It is affecting our countries. If you see Mozambique, Madagascar, and so forth, we need a new skill set to deal with those challenges and also take advantage of opportunities that are rising from the same challenges. But our training systems have to step up, especially in the area of skills anticipation. Then lastly, as members have been saying here, supporting the issue of entrepreneurship or young people creating their own jobs. Again, it starts with skills building for them to be able to do exactly that. Issues of entrepreneurship being integrated in our education curricula from very young ages will remain very important. So I very much agree with the sentiments that have been raised. I think, Chairperson, if you may allow me, I can end here and the conversations may continue. But once again, to thank you. It is not always the case for us at SADC Secretariat that we would speak to the right audience for the messages that we so much struggle many times to bring up. So thank you very much for inviting us. And let me say my colleague in education has not been able to be with you because he's servicing another meeting outside Botswana. He would have loved to be here, but you can count on our support going into the future to support your work, and we will also count on you to support our work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, honorable members. A very well-deserved applause indeed. The articulation, the passion within our resource person in this topic has been amazing. It has been overwhelming indeed. Honorable members, we will break for lunch. I don't know if we have to check. 2:30. Okay, yes, yeah, we are at 1:35. Let us come back at 2:30 to continue with the next presentation and other agenda items that are left for today. Thank you very much. See you at 2:30. Let's get back on course again. At this point in time, we'll have our second presentation, and this will be on the labor and employment protocol. Unfortunately, we won't be having the presentation from the intended resource person, who unfortunately is not able to be with us today. But the presentation was sent through, so our committee secretary will be taking us through the presentation. Please be kind with him after the presentation when we have to deliberate. He will do a great job to capture all your comments and contributions, of which an arrangement will be made in terms of how they could be addressed by the actual resource person. He will answer those that he will be able to. And then we will move on to the next agenda item. Mr. Munashi, you are welcome to address the committee.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and good afternoon, honorable members. My name is Mnashe Tof, the Committee Secretary for the Standing Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Programs. I also serve as Program Manager for the Climate Change, Health and SRH program within this SRH HIV and Governance project at the SADC Parliamentary Forum. So my task here is to present a progress or an update on the protocol on education and training as developed by the SADC Secretariat. I don't know if I can, oh yeah, it's now here now. So by way of background, this protocol on education came into force in the year 2000. But the process of developing the whole protocol started in 1997, in the year 1997. So to date, 26 years later, we have 12 member states which have ratified. And those in red, the 4 states which are in red, Comoros, Madagascar, DRC, and Seychelles have not yet ratified this protocol, primarily because when this protocol was developed, they were not yet a member states of SADC. As you can see, Madagascar became a member state in 2005, DRC in 1998, and Seychelles in 1997. And I think this also now becomes a precursor to the role that you as members of parliament in these respective countries ought to ensure that you move with speed towards influencing the legislative process in a bid to ensure that this protocol is ratified. So you will find that the objectives of the protocol, firstly, is to develop a common system of regular collection and reporting of information by member states about the current status and future demand and supply and priority areas for provision of education and training in the region. And again, it becomes particularly relevant, this objective becomes particularly relevant for you, honorable members, mindful of the fact that as we continue, as nation states or member states continue to develop, there are new and novel priority areas that emanate, that will continue to steer the country or steer the region towards sustained development. In this case, we can begin to talk about artificial intelligence and how this protocol is capable of responding to the advent of artificial intelligence, and whether or not our education systems, our national education frameworks are capable of responding to the issues or to the growing discourse on artificial intelligence. Another area of interest would be the growing intersections between climate change and other social development issues, climate change and health, climate change and gender, climate change and even energy, and its intersection as well with women. I think we have seen when we are looking at that topic, for example, you would see that most countries are coming up with various framework, the clean cooking strategies. Those strategies, we need to be able to interrogate if our education systems are relevant to these developments. Another objective is to establish mechanisms and institutional arrangements that enable member states to pool their resources to effectively and efficiently produce the required professional technical, research, and managerial personnel to plan, manage the development process in general and across all sectors. And that, again, it comes back to the intersectionalities of concepts that where I was talking about, and how you as honorable members must ensure that the relevant infrastructure, particularly the mechanisms and institutions, are available to ensure that this protocol, the implementation of protocol, becomes effective and sustainable. Another objective is to promote and coordinate the formulation and implementation of comparable and appropriate policies, strategies, and systems of education and training in member states. And this dovetails what was talked about in the earlier presentation on employment and labor, that there should be uniformity and harmonization of frameworks when it comes to education. Our national qualification frameworks uniform or harmonized across the region, such that a doctor trained in Zimbabwe can also come and work in South Africa or work in another country. So this is also one of the objectives. Another objective is to develop and implement policies and strategies that promote participation and contribution of the private sector. Again, it goes to interlinkages now. We know that education, the broader system of education, cannot exist outside of the private sector, simply because nation states develop as a collective effort of the private and public sector, non-governmental organizations, and other key stakeholders in the provision of education and training. And I think in most countries in the region, you are aware of the role that CSOs continue to play in providing education and training, the role that is played by intergovernmental organizations such as UNESCO, such as UNICEF, in providing quality education. So it becomes also quite important that as you assess your framework, the broader frameworks of education and training in the region, as members of parliament, you are also aware of the infrastructure, the frameworks that we have to support the full and effective implementation of its training through a multi-stakeholder approach. But also, before we even get to the linkages with the private sector and other stakeholders, we need to be able to ensure that as you interrogate or discharge your mandate, we adopt a whole of government approach. And primarily, that is why even if you see the constitution of this committee, we have also members from the education committee, we have members from other different committees, which really speaks to the whole of government approach that is critical in ensuring that education and training in Zimbabwe, in the region, becomes or translates to meaningful development for the region. And to promote, which is the fourth or fifth objective, is to promote and coordinate the formulation and implementation of policies, strategies, and programs for the promotion and application of science and technology, including modern information technology, research and development in the region. And as we interrogate our national budgets, how much is it that is availed for research and development? How much is availed for science and technology? Be it in the education sector, some budget lines within the education sector, within the region, also provide for research and development of agriculture, of health. Are those budgetary lines also relevant to this objective of the protocol? And other protocols also look towards reduction and eventual elimination of constraints to better and freer access by citizens to good quality education and training opportunities within the region. And we can also locate this or localize this objective to our national context and begin to ask ourselves questions and even go a step further by posing the same questions to the relevant line ministers responsible for education, be it primary, basic education, or tertiary education, to ask if whatever frameworks that we have in our countries are relevant or promote access to education. Do they promote availability of education infrastructure and services? Do they promote accessibility of those infrastructures when we are looking at persons with disability? Are the services also appropriate? The education frameworks, the curricula, are they relevant and appropriate to the citizens that we serve, or within the broader aim of ensuring that as we graduate to regional level, we provide good quality education and training opportunities within the region, and then to work towards the relaxation and eventual elimination of immigration formalities in order to facilitate freer movement of students and staff within the region for specific purposes of study, teaching, research, and any other pursuits relating to education and training. And I think this objective also was motivated by the fact that we really cannot live, countries do not live in a silo. And cross-pollination of ideas, cross-pollination of education systems and knowledge frameworks is critical to ensure that we get an effective regional development agenda that is also cognizant even of the different variables, development variables and governance variable systems that we have in our respective countries. So you will find that also there's need to achieve gradually and over a period not exceeding 20 years, which is quite critical because this also speaks to the life of this protocol. To say from the date of entry into force, that is in 2000, the implementation of the ultimate, it should move toward the implementation of the ultimate objective as stated, which really is what we were talking, all the objectives that we were talking about. And then finally, to progressively achieve equivalence, harmonization, standardization of the education and training systems in the region, which is the ultimate objective of this protocol. So you will find that as we interrogate, as you discharge your mandate, your representative mandate, your legislative, your oversight, and your budgetary mandate, you also ought to interrogate what your country has achieved over the past 20 years or over the period since when they ratified this protocol. So you will find that the key milestones is following the implementation of this protocol. On Article 5, when it looks at operation in basic education, primary and secondary levels. And I'm quite sure, honorable members, you are aware that in most countries, our education system within the region is divided into 3 basic levels, which is the basic education, which incorporates early childhood development and education, as well as basic education, the grade 1, grade 2, and grade 3 in most countries. And then primary, which is grade 5, grade 4 to grade 7, secondary levels from 1 or grade 11 to other levels, and then the tertiary education levels. And tomorrow we have a presentation from one of our facilitators who is going to really take a deep dive into these levels and also give you an overview of the progress that we have made as a region when it comes to promoting education. So you will find that one of the key milestones that have been recorded so far is the development of a program on foundational learning and foundational literacy and numeracy, really looking at the number of children that are able to read and write by a certain age. And this program has also seen the establishment of a community of practice, a study of impact to practices in member states, which was endorsed in 2025. Several initiatives also implemented in member states. And in progress, as you can see, honorable members, there's a precursor skill study to be endorsed at the next ministers' meeting. And another strategy, the launch of the strategy or the endorsement of the strategy on foundational learning and literacy and numeracy will be endorsed by the next ministers' meeting. And then we have the implementation of the SADC care and support for teaching and learning framework, which is being implemented in 15 member states. And there have been several addendums adopted, including the SADC Youth Agency Framework and the SADC Boys and Young Men Vulnerability Framework. So these frameworks also are aimed at safeguarding the boy child and safeguarding the youths within the respective countries. So it behooves you as honorable members to also interact with these frameworks as they have been implemented in your countries. You are posing a question to the minister, relevant line minister of education, to see if whatever frameworks that we have, national frameworks that we have, are incorporating the ideals that are espoused in such frameworks, such as the CTL framework and the SADC Youth Agency Framework and the Boys and Young Men Vulnerability framework. And then when it comes to teacher education, the region has also seen the adoption of a continuing professional development framework for teachers, which was adopted in 2021. And again, it comes back to you, honorable members, to determine the effectiveness of this. Are we as countries, or do the budgets allow for continuous professional development? If not, what are the interventions that can be put at parliament level? What are the safeguards that can be put within the national budget to ensure that this framework is also effectively implemented? If we continuously develop our human capital, it simply translates into better education outcomes for the students and for the future of the region. And then there is also a sustainability start with teachers program with UNESCO, where more than 500 teachers across the region have been capacitated on the intersections between social development and climate change. Again, it goes back to the intersectionalities that we're talking about, and how you also need to be cognizant of these as we discharge our mandate at national parliament levels. I think gone are the days where we approach we approach the addressing or the systematic address of issues in silos. We need to begin to adopt a coordinated and a whole of parliament, whole of government approach in addressing these matters. But the Center for Teacher Training in Malawi is not yet functional. Particularly, this is attributed to budgetary constraints from member states, because the operationalization of this teacher training center really lies on contributions from member states to make it as effective as possible. And if there is value, and if members of parliament see that there is value in coming up with this center for teacher training, or in operationalizing this center for teacher training, then it again behoves you to ensure that we encourage our relevant line ministers to invest and support financially this center. And then when we talk about technical, vocational, and education and training, we have seen across the region that they've been the baseline was done in 2020, and the TVET strategic framework was adopted in 2025. And under the revised SADC qualifications framework, priority has also been given to better articulation of TVET systems along the qualifications pathways. And you might be aware, honorable members, that within our countries, we have these vocational education and training centers. In some contexts, they also include polytechnical colleges, which really provide the technical, the skills, the hands-on experience in learning. But these are perennially underfunded. And it becomes also it falls upon you, honorable members, to ensure that these TVETs also get the relevant budgetary support, so that they provide skills for those people who ordinarily do not qualify to get into universities, or choose not to go to university, to enroll in universities. So it becomes also important to provide support, adequate support for these institution. And then there's a discussion that will also be held with the employment and labor sector for the development of occupation standards. Again, this goes back to the interlinkages that we talked about in the presentation in the morning, between employment and labor, as well as education and training, with education and training being the foundation on which if a sustainable employment and labor sector is premised upon. And the revised strategic framework will be adopted by the ministers of employment and labor. And then there's also the development of the SADC University of Transformation, which is really a virtual university. And really there's a desire to come up with the COEs and the COS on TVET. And then when it comes to higher education, there's been the development of a strategic framework on higher education by ministers, which really provides a blueprint on how our higher education systems must look like in the region. And there's been an higher education database which is leading to a regional report on the higher education status in the region. And one thing that should be of concern to you, honorable members, is the transition or the low transition rates of students from secondary education into universities. The regional average is around 8.3%, and it should concern you, because if 8.3% of our students are moving from primary and secondary education into transitioning into higher education, that should be a cause of concern. Where are the rest of the people, or the 91% of the students going to? What is happening to them? And that should also be of concern to you, honorable members. And then there's the revised SADC qualifications framework, which has been supported by the development of national qualifications framework in member states. And 15 member states have, with the national qualifications framework, either have developed or under development. And guidelines have been developed to foster equivalence and facilitate mobility of students. And really the import of a national qualifications framework and the regional qualification framework is to give effect to one of the objectives that we talked about. That someone trained in one country, in Zambia, can also qualify as a medical doctor and practice as a medical doctor in another country. So the issue is about harmonization and uniformity across our qualifications within the region. It also then goes to inform the protocol on employment and labor, where we hope that someone with their training can also, in one country, can also be employed in another country without having to take tests and other exams. And then the SADC credit accumulation and transfer system was developed also to foster recognition, equivalence, and movement of students. And other tools include the SADC qualifications recognition manual, the RPO manual, micro credentials guidelines, which are also under development. And one of the provisions of the protocol is to ensure that students, there's a quota provided for students from across the region in one country. For example, if we have a student in Eswatini, or if we have people intending to study in Eswatini, a quota is provided for those students to come in and study within or to be enrolled in Eswatini from another country. So we have seen that their students are now charged local fees, which is a plus. It opens up space for learning. There's been a regional training on quality assurance with the support of under the Archaic Initiative. There's working on the Secretariat is also working with the Industrial Development and Trade Directorate to facilitate movement of professionals, which also links to the protocol on education and on employment and labor. Then presently implementing the UniCo Create project, which promotes co-creation of entrepreneurship module, which speaks to co-batching and joint award, which is also under consideration. And primarily the focus, as Mr. Parakoko was talking about in the afternoon, is to foster an environment of entrepreneurship that really continues to sustain itself even beyond the life of that program. Also, I'm mindful of the fact that we can also utilize these small businesses, micro enterprises, and utilize them as policy instruments that will also foster the broader industrialization and reindustrialization agenda of the region. And some countries, such as Mauritius, provide scholarships to SADC students, which is also one example of the effectuation of this protocol, because that is one of the key provisions of the protocol. And then there's cooperation between SADC universities for research grants to also continue to strengthen the body of knowledge relevant to the SADC context. And also other milestones also include ministers when they endorsed the business and financial plan for the SADC University of Transformation in 2025, which we talked about. So it is a virtual university and to operate through a network of university modules leading to development of programs for research for the 3 priority value chains, namely pharmaceutical, mineral beneficiation, and agro-processing. And honorable members, you also recall that in our last meeting in Joburg last year, there was also talk of a pooled procurement system, a regional pooled procurement system for pharmaceuticals. And also, you might be aware, honorable members, that in Zimbabwe, there's the Pan-African Minerals University on Science and Technology, which is also part of a broader set of universities developed across the region, across the continent, really, to focus on priority areas. How then can this protocol interact with these developments in the region? And agro-processing, mindful also of the fact that some countries also are really agro-based, and they have the opportunity to support and sustain the agricultural requirements of the region. How then can we utilize education and training to ensure that these critical sectors or value chains are really supported adequately? And also, you'll find that on distance education and learning, there's been a baseline study on distance education and learning in member states, and ministers endorsed the strategic framework in 2022, which means also it has become operational. So it also behooves you to also interact with these distance education to see that our education frameworks are also provided in a holistic manner. And also the Secretariat is working with the Commonwealth of Learning and SADC for the training on the regulations on distance learning. And then with the support, there's also the employability guidelines for higher education institutions that have been developed. But you will find also, honorable members, that there are other operational issues, milestones that have been achieved through the implementation of this protocol. And it behoves you, honorable members, to interact with these, to be able to ask the so what question. To say the technical committee and on higher education and training and research and development, which meets every year, as provided for in the protocol. But so what? What have been the outcomes? If we continue to see 8.3% or an 8.3% transition rate from secondary education into tertiary education, then why are they continuing to meet? Is it as effective as we would want it to be? Or if at all the issues are at national level, how then can we promote the transition from primary and secondary education within our countries? So the barriers to implementation, honorable members, as I get into the conclusion, there are funding restrictions, both at member states and at secretariat level. You also notice that the protocol provides for the establishment of a training fund, which will support the broader education and training sector within at regional level. But the fund has not been established, which means that this protocol is limited or has limited resources to support its implementation. And at member states level, if we are going to look at the number of schools, the shortages between the number of schools and the number of students that we have. When we look at the number of, when it comes to learning material, the quantum of learning material that we have vis-a-vis the students that we have. When we look at the infrastructure, the number of schools, the number of chairs, the number of education infrastructure that we have, does it tally with the intention of education, and does it tally with our national goals on education and training? You also be aware, honorable members, that in some instances, some countries, Zambia, Zimbabwe, for example, are also looking to provide not maternity. Yes, they provide also maternity, but also menstrual health and hygiene services for students. Our budgets capable of responding and providing for that will guarantee the dignity of that girl child when they are going to school. There are also technical limitations at both secretariat and member states level, and changes of the funding landscape at global level, which have also negatively affected the inflows of support, donor support to the education sector. You recall, and this is linked also to the last point, where there's an over-reliance on international cooperating partners. And the impact of the withdrawal of some support is also had an impact on our education system. You will find that there are institutions and international organizations that traditionally were supporting the education system, and these have begun to roll back their frontiers within that sector. So what can we do? How can we leverage, if we are going to look at domestic resource mobilizations? What measures, what initiatives can we as Parliament, since we play a budgetary role, what initiatives can we utilize and implement to ensure that our education system continues to be supported adequately? So I think, honorable members, through my presentation, I was also touching briefly on what is expected, or the recommendations on what is expected of you, honorable members, as you go back to your national parliaments. So I'll conclude, honorable members, by saying thank you and reminding you of the four roles, again, that we ought to play: the budgetary, the legislative, the oversight, and the representation functions that we ought to continue playing in our respective parliaments. So I thank you, honorable members, and I'll open the floor for for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Munashi, for that brilliant presentation. Honorable members, I know it's after lunch. The energies are a bit low. But let us interact with the presentation. But before we do that, I would like to recognize Honorable Ikuama from Parliament of Botswana, who is the chairperson of the Education and Skill Development Committee, who has recently joined us a little bit before lunchtime. He came through. So I just want to recognize his presence amongst ourselves. You're welcome, Honorable, and thank you very much for taking time to be with us. For now, let us open up the floor for any interventions. Could be questions, clarifications, or any comments really. As far as the presentation is concerned, I see Honorable Tebuho, I see Honorable Madigizela. Just check. I see Honorable Hussein. Is that Honorable Hussein?
Husna.
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 Honorable Husna from Republic of Tanzania. For now, let's have those three, and then we'll see if we have any additional comments after that. In that order, Honorable Tebuho.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Quite interesting that I think South Africa decided to bring a very controversial Honorable Madigizela. Yeah, now it will be as if we are all controversial, and I think it's him only who's controversial. That is on a lighter note. On a more serious note, I think firstly, Chair, the format or the working arrangement that we must get the presentations when we don't have them here makes it extremely difficult for us to follow and make notes on specific items we want to speak about. And maybe I want to propose that maybe in future, these presentations, we get them before they are presented so that we're able to make those notes here. I want to start with, just an announcement on what you spoke about at the last one there. So because I convene I chair the portfolio committee on higher education, which includes skills development and TVETs in South Africa. The last part you spoke about there was on the hygiene part. So next week, Wednesday, as an announcement, we have a meeting. I've called a colloquium on the provision of menstrual hygiene products to women. The reason we've done so, well, it's ourselves, it's a joint committee of higher education, basic education, and the committee on women, people living with disabilities and children. The reason why we've called it in this format is because already in basic education, we have menstrual products that are given to young women who go to school because of the social standing. The argument we've been making to those who are in cabinet has been that it defeats logic to say when this child is in high school, they need menstrual products. But then when they get to university, they no longer need them. So the argument or the colloquium in essence is to connect the dots between the same child who is a SASSA beneficiary from the township or the village, gets free education, gets meals in the education, and we give them menstrual hygiene products until matric. And then when they are, or if they are lucky enough to get into university, we then say to them, they are no longer as poor as they were. And so the argument we're making is that the reason why the throughput rate on women in our institutions of higher learning is lower might be because we've deprived them of their dignity. So instead of this child buying data to study, they must now buy menstrual. So we have that meeting on Wednesday to try and make sense to the powers that be that these kids still need this thing. So maybe let me start with the first point I want to speak about here. Well, I personally agree with the protocols, but there are threats to this protocol, especially in South Africa. And these threats, if these forums like this don't address them, we're going to collapse the protocol. And what are the threats? Firstly, the threat that we have is that, okay, we have a protocol that says 5% of admissions to institutions of higher learning should be set aside for SADC countries. Now, currently as we speak, we have an institution of government called the Special Investigative Unit in South Africa. They've released a report last week, Tuesday, to Home Affairs. So they were investigating shenanigans at Home Affairs. So they found 2 countries having been the most notorious, the lack of a better word, who were using some of their contacts, South African people, I must say, in at Home Affairs and at institutions to get fraudulent documents. So this report is twofold. And I'm mentioning it here because one of the countries mentioned is part of SADC, and I'm saying it's a threat because it will end up getting out of hand, and then when we raise it, we may be misunderstood or been called xenophobic. So I'm raising it here so that, and I would like to beg your indulgence so that I unpack it clearly here, Chair. So the report is twofold. It says, one, there are those that get study visas from Home Affairs, having received fraudulent acceptance letters from their people in institutions of higher learning. So that's the first threat. The number 1 country there, according to Home Affairs, would have been Nigeria, and the number 2 is Zimbabwe. And I'm mentioning it because Zimbabwe is part of us as in SADC. So what do? They get their person who works at an institution of higher learning to give them a fake acceptance letter. Then they go to Home Affairs. In order for you to come to the country to study, you will need a study visa. So they go to Home Affairs using the fake or fraudulent paper. Home Affairs grants them the visa to enter the country. And then because they don't have space, they end up being in the country, doing all kinds of things. Many of them are working in the hospitality industry, in hotels, in restaurants, they're doing Ubers and all of that. And very small number of them, they tried their luck, they tried to do crime. But it's a very small number of them. Some of them were arrested last month or this month in in Limpopo. So, but that is the first part. And it's I'm mentioning it as a threat to the protocol because you might have an attitude change towards these two countries. The second one is that an institution hires a research chair from the diaspora, maybe Nigeria, maybe Tanzania, maybe Zimbabwe. And correctly so, because we are also part and parcel of what we call a policy framework on internationalization, which we fully agree and fully support. But then this research chair, who is now responsible for distributing funding, the government funding to produce researchers, to produce people with masters and PhDs. What this person then does is that they don't give it to the intended recipient, which is South Africans. They then give it to the people of where they come from. Again, the biggest beneficiary here has been Nigeria, which is illegal because government has created this funding to close the gap, to have more female researchers in South Africa. But this bursary is now no longer benefiting because it was administered wrong. So we've asked for this data. And I think institutions have until the 18th of April to give it to us. We know what we're expecting there. The results won't be good. And it might come out as if we're xenophobic, we're anti-integration, which is not true. We're just anti-lawlessness. And I think we must agree here, and I want to propose that we must agree that even though we agree to the protocols, but the protocols must be subject to member states' laws being respected. Because if, for an example, I bring my child to study in Botswana because we're a part of the protocol, and my child commits crime here, rape somebody or whatever, I should not be saying that Botswana is anti-South Africans on the basis that Botswana is implementing laws against lawlessness. In December, Secretary, I went to Mozambique, went to a very beautiful place there called Ponta Odoro, very beautiful. When you're at the border there, they tell you that as you enter here, don't forget, here we've got laws. And I must abide by those laws. When I sign whatever, when they stamp my passport, I agree to abide by the laws of that particular country. And if I go to that country and do as I please, then I'll be subjected to wrong things. But maybe because the chair is from Lesotho and I also have ties in Lesotho, I must not only make examples about others, I must also make examples about Lesotho so that I'm not accused maybe. It's the same with the country called Lesotho, chair, where, because I come from a mining town called Carletonville in the west of Gauteng, Johannesburg, we were surrounded by a lot of mines. Some of them closed now. You have an over-dominance of Basotho who are doing illegal mining there. They call themselves the Zamazamas. They do illegal mining, they terrorize communities where these things are, and they are turning themselves into enemies of the state. The president, during SONA, had to announce that he's deploying soldiers extra 800 million that has been deployed to go deal with this thing. Now, tomorrow, because we've got this protocol, tomorrow we'll have South African people having an attitude towards Basotho, not necessarily because Basotho have been wrong, but a small portion of people who are doing illegal things and wrong things are creating a problem. And you'll then have a problem when our people refuse to let Basotho to come even and study in South Africa because they now look at them as maybe second or third generation Zamazamas, probably, masquerading as students. I'm raising these things because I'm extremely worried why I am. That the threat to this protocol is that it may collapse on the basis that we don't regulate or we don't inform our people to respect sovereign or member states' laws. And we have that responsibility. That as the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and Training in South Africa, I must inform our people that when you go, yes, we've got this treaty, but when you go and study at the University of Botswana, you must go there, respect the laws of Botswana. Or when you go and study at University of Zimbabwe, you must go and do the same. And if we don't do it, we're likely going to run into problems where all what we are doing here then collapses, which is very unnecessary. I thought I must just say that again, I apologize for taking long. Just that I needed to clarify this part of it, especially the threat that we're not seeing here, which might come sooner rather than later. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Indeed, it is important really to discuss these issues, and the most important thing is to do that in good faith, to do that in good spirit, to do that with enough caution such that what we say comes out exactly what we want to put out, and it's not any subject to misinterpretation or any kind of offensive to honorable members, but we are speaking the reality of the situation here, that there are issues that we need to be careful of that should be addressed if we are to achieve any form of success as far as advocating for these protocols to be implemented. And you did mention some of those things that need to be taken care of. Honorable Madigizela, I think you were next, and then we had we had another third member, honorable member from Tanzania. Yes, yes.
No, thank you, Chair. Look, I think we normally have these conversations at home. South Africa must just tighten its grip on its own laws. And it is true what my colleague is saying, that that's what we need to do, and it mustn't be misconstrued as being xenophobic. But honestly, governments from these respective countries, they're very strict laws. We must just do the same. And I think it's part of the reason why Article 14 of the SADC protocol has been a problem, that we couldn't agree on how to deal with Article 14, which is about the movement of persons. So now, for me, on the presentation, I just wanted to make a couple of points. One of those points is the issue of the retention rate that you spoke about. The number of children that start from grade 1 and those who end up at tertiary institutions. But even more disturbing for me is that those few students that end up in tertiary education, tertiary institutions, they themselves do not get enough spaces because we don't have enough tertiary institutions. Now, that for me is a bigger problem, because If you look at the demand versus the number of students that were able to accommodate at tertiary level, those who have passed grade 12, it's a bigger problem. I mean, and I think if the region really can just, the member states of the region can look at that very, very seriously, because this continent has the youngest population of all the continents. There's a missed opportunity here, because over and above supplying labor in the continent, where, I mean, with the unemployment so high, we have an opportunity to even provide, labor outside the continent, given the fact that we have a very young population. So for me, that's the issue that is really concerning. But the second issue that is also concerning is the mismatch. I mean, during our time, we had the so-called guidance teachers at school. And I have no idea why the guidance teachers were taken away, because they were able to understand the demand at a particular economic sector and make sure that children are guided properly, so that they choose subject and study towards an area so that they can be absorbed by the job market. There's a gap there, because you find that many students from primary, and I think we start too late sometimes. We want to start at the secondary education level. We go through school for 12 years, and I think it speaks to these protocols, because when we talk about education, and we need to define what education is, because sometimes we spend 12 years in this cycle of education, and only to find that by the time we finish, we are not ready for the job market, which is a huge concern, because countries like China, they identify the talent from as young as preschool, and then they make sure that kids follow that path that will lead them into a point where they are able to be absorbed by the market. And I think those are just issues that we need to focus on as the region, so that, one, we don't produce skills that are not needed by the economy, and two, we don't end up with such high number of dropouts, because some people lose interest. You find that someone who is a chef but is struggling academically, and that person end up dropping out, because you see that person as a child that is not copying, but the talent of that child is in cooking. Now, instead of focusing there and make sure that that child, becomes a chef at the end, that child end up leaving school, because I don't think we're focusing on the right areas in terms of the talent of the children from primary, in fact, even from before primary up to tertiary education. So I think there are a number of missed opportunities in the manner in which our education system functions. And the last point is the committees that were formed to drive this. I think it would be, good to understand where they are in terms of the work that they were given to look at all these areas and report back to these platforms like SADC Parliamentary Forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Madikizela. Now we can have Honorable Member from Tanzania, that is Honorable Hosanna. Please introduce your name again. I will get used to it.
Yes, let me spell the name again. Husna. 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 From Arabic. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I agree with the presentation made here and allow me to make my congrats upon the presenter. And sincerely, if we want to transform our education and to make it as a tool for resolving all matters of unemployment, maybe we have to put our countries, our member countries, on the way the presenter has made it before us here. As I said earlier today, in Tanzania, we have on operations of implementing our new education curricula, and we are implementing this important forum to ensure that the education system become more relevant to the demand of the present and to the demand or opportunities of the future. So the expansion of compulsory education from 7 years to 10 years is outstanding measure on strengthening and fundamental learning and widening the base of youth people to remain in school and to avoid all matters of dropouts, students' pregnancy, and something of that kind. So at the same time, education continue to strengthening vocational, what can I call it? Education, TVET. Yes, educational, this enabling and enable the acquisition of practical, technical, and entrepreneurial skills to youth, and this improve employability, productivity, readiness for the labor market. So the implementation of this forum help to resolve or to solve all challenges concerning unemployment matters. But also, as you said, these issues has to go hand in hand with gender issues, especially reinforcing girls' education, infrastructures friendly to girls' education, etc. In Tanzania, we are doing a very huge effort to make a step on that matters. But what I can say here as a region, as a member country for SADC, I think we have to look on how to set our educational budgets. You know, globally, the framework or the model for budgeting education matters has to be at least 15 or 18% of the whole budget of the country. In Tanzania, we are doing I think we have 10 to 14% of the whole budget, but it still is not enough. It's open that most of our country's budget, especially in education infrastructures, depend on development partners. And you have said there before that we are facing the challenge of funding education issues, education matters. Now, how do you see as a region, is it possible to mark a certain percent or level of planning in our budgets to ensure that at least 25 to 30% of the whole budget of every country member, which is in member of SADC, to set that budget for the education matters? Because, you know, no way we can deal with unemployment matters. No way we can deal with development matters. No way we can deal with all empowerment matters without setting good good base of education issues, making proper professionals who will deal with our countries within the region, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So to me, the matter here is budgeting or making a reasonable budget on education matters on the member countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable, for that. I do realize that we have Honorable Member from Madagascar. Let me just check. Before you come in, Honorable, just want to make sure that there is no. Are you raising your hand? Okay. Before we have the Honorable Member from Madagascar comes through, I just want to put through a couple of questions on the floor, Honorable Members. I'm hoping that will actually engage other members who may end up coming up and having some comments as well. And this is not in response to any particular member, but it's just listening to the interventions that come from other members, the comments. We really need to be asking ourselves very deep questions around the issues that we are discussing here. One particular thing that I want us to be asking ourselves, honorable members, is what does regional integration mean to us? If other economic blocs like European Union have been able to achieve it, how did they achieve it? With existing challenges and problems that we are pointing out ourselves, is it because they had enough political will to make it happen and we are not ready to do so? Because it doesn't mean they achieved it in absence of all these challenges that we are mentioning every other time. How does regional integration look like in our own view, in such a manner that it will be a mutually beneficial concept for SADC? It shouldn't be a matter of people moving from certain countries specifically to other countries. But if we are talking about integration, what does it look like? The examples that we had here are people moving from their countries, faking documents to go to other countries because they are just not respectful of laws, or what is happening? Is it not a systematic issue that is preventing them from getting documents in a legal manner, perhaps? Why is it so easy for them to go in an illegal route, whereas there could be a systemic way to make it possible for them to still make it to the same destination, as long as we had that political will to make this regional integration work? So these are questions that we should be asking ourselves as we are having discussions. It shouldn't just be the matter of, we feel like there are these threats, they are there. Europe did it with similar threats. What does regional integration look like to us, honorable members? And what should we do for it to happen right? I just wanted to put those questions out there so that as we are discussing, let us also probe these issues and try to bring up some of the solutions in terms of what we can do to achieve. Honorable member from Madagascar, the floor is yours, Doctor. And we'll see after your intervention if we will have any other members who want to come up.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, de m'avoir donné la parole. Comme on a constaté que l'éducation constitue un facteur clé pour le développement de notre région, en particulier notre pays. On a déjà fait pas mal d'efforts à propos de l'accès à l'école primaire. En 2024, on a eu jusqu'à 95% des enfants qui ont un accès à l'école primaire. Mais le taux de redoublement est encore élevé à 25%. Et il n'y a que 34% de ces 95 qui arrivent à l'école secondaire. C'est ça le cas de Madagascar. Mais en 2024, on a adopté une stratégie avec le financement de Banque mondiale qu'on a fait des transformations des accès à l'apprentissage à Madagascar, qu'on peut construire des écoles primaires jusqu'à 27 000 écoles primaires publiques. Et on a associé aussi avec le programme alimentaire au niveau scolaire. C'est pour cela qu'on peut avoir cet résultat significatif. Mais ça va créer aussi des problèmes après parce que les enseignants sont moins qualifiés. À Madagascar, il y a beaucoup, le taux de chômage est très élevé. Donc, le jeune, quand il finit le baccalauréat, il n'arrive pas à entrer dans l'université, il devient professeur à l'école primaire, payé par les parents d'élèves. Donc, ça pose aussi des problèmes de qualité de l'éducation et ça nécessite vraiment des améliorations. Donc, nous avons comme défi de former des enseignants qualifiés et puis mettre en place des infrastructures qui peuvent résister au changement climatique parce que, vous voyez, Madagascar, l'impact du changement climatique touche vraiment Madagascar. Donc, il y a des établissements scolaires qui sont détruits lors du passage des cyclones, comme la dernière fois, dans le côté est, presque à 90% des tamatables sont détruits par les cyclones. Donc, ça, c'est un défi aussi. Et puis, comme on a déjà discuté avec l'exposé de l'emploi et du travail, il faut mettre des éducations avec la formation et l'emploi. Donc, malgré l'accès très élevé à l'école, les gens ne trouvent même pas de travail après avoir fini leurs études secondaires. Donc, il faut penser à ça. Et puis, il faut penser vraiment à notre jeune qui doit être capable de travailler dès que l'étude soit finie. Donc, ce protocole de l'éducation de la région de la SADC est une opportunité comme quoi on peut avoir des jeunes qualifiés. Et puis, il faut penser aussi de protéger notre cerveau. Parce qu'à Madagascar, l'année dernière, il y a 100 médecins qui sont allés en Europe pour travailler parce que là-bas, les médecins sont moins payés. Donc, les Européens en profitent. Et il faut penser à ça aussi dans notre protocole. Comme quoi, nous devons travailler ensemble pour assurer le développement de notre région. Merci.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable. I did realize that the honorable member from Angola would want to come through. I just want to make sure that you all are aware that we are yet to have the country progress reports on these two protocols. So do not feel like you're losing an opportunity to present the progress of your country. What we need to be doing right now is more engaging the presentation that was given, putting in comments on what was presented, asking questions and clarifications on things that may have not been clear, but we are all going to have an opportunity to present the progress reports of our country. I just wanted to make that clear. Honorable member from Angola.
Obrigado, Sr. Presidente. Eu gostaria, antes de mais, de felicitar o nosso preletor pela sua abordagem corajosa, que nos colocou aqui perante desafios que vão nos fazer refletir bastante. Estamos todos de acordo que o capital humano é a riqueza mais importante que nós temos na nossa região. E se essa é a riqueza mais importante que nós temos na nossa região, temos que investir seriamente nos nossos jovens, nas mulheres, nos nossos trabalhadores. Precisamos de investir na sua educação. Porque é preocupante quando nós lemos na nossa nota conceitual que mais de 80% das nossas crianças não conseguem ler e compreender um texto simples aos 10 anos. Não estamos apenas a falhar na educação. Estamos a hipotecar o nosso futuro. Portanto, é importante nós olharmos, de facto, com olhos de ver e investir seriamente. É a única via que nós temos para garantir a estabilidade dos nossos países. Não basta nós assinarmos os protocolos e ratificarmos. É preciso apostarmos seriamente. E temos estado a dar passos positivos relativamente à merenda escolar, que é um fator que às vezes inibe das pessoas irem à escola. Então, nós, enquanto parlamentares, temos também de continuar a dar o nosso verdadeiro contributo enquanto legisladores, enquanto fiscalizadores e também enquanto representantes do povo, apostar seriamente na educação, porque a educação é que vai determinar o desenvolvimento do nosso futuro. E eu fiquei muito satisfeita, muito feliz da forma muito aberta e corajosa como o nosso preletor apresentou as questões para nos fazer refletir sobre a necessidade de apostarmos cada vez mais no maior recurso estratégico que nós temos, que é o capital humano. Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. By look of things, it doesn't seem like we still have any Honorable Member who wants to intervene. For that matter, I would give it back to our presenter to possibly maybe react on the interventions, and we can finally release him.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you, Honorable Members, for the comments and questions. That really also, I think, prompted me to really reflect on what we can do to enhance our education sector in the region. And I think I'll start with the question from Angola and the comment from Angola and Tanzania, where I'll really join them. I think from Tanzania, we really talked about, there was mention of the budget and how the budget, there's need for a minimum standard that we can put forward to support our education system. And if I'm not mistaken, there's a 10% threshold for education to support the budget. However, what we should be mindful of, members of parliament, is that you will notice that anytime the Minister of Finance comes to present the budget to Parliament, sometimes we meet the 10% threshold. The allocation is probably even more than 10%. It's the same when we celebrate the 15% of the Abuja Declaration. But in most countries across the region, you will find that at the end of the year, that financial year, when you look at the disbursements that go to the relevant line ministries, they are more often than not less than the 10% or 15% that were promised in the initial budget or in the budget statement. So it becomes important for you, honorable members, and quite imperative that you ensure that all the time, on a quarterly basis, you engage the relevant line ministries to hear the progress on the disbursements on the budget, and then question the Minister of Finance why they are not really disbursing the promised amounts. In some countries, you'll find that they get to mid-year or the third quarter of the year, and they've only received a disbursement of about 20% of the total budget. And of that 20% of the total budget, in most cases, over 50% or over 60% is going towards recurrent expenditures, which is the salaries and the day-to-day operations of that ministry. So we need also to be mindful that as we discharge our budgetary our budgetary mandate, and when we look at analyze the budgets as they are presented by the Minister of Finance, we are aware of the disbursement trends versus the allocations. Usually over the past 5 years, you get a trend that will also inform you and be able to predict how much we are getting. Also, if you do your analysis or your engagement quarterly with these line ministries, you'll find that by the time that you get to the third quarter, you have an indication of the total amount that would have been disbursed to the relevant ministry by the end of the year. And now, if we go back now, if you say 20% of the total budget has been disbursed to a ministry with 70% of that budget going to recurrent expenditure, it only means that we cannot support infrastructure development. We cannot support procurement of material. We cannot also support the vulnerable students as they are also part of the education system, which also leads me to the submission by Honorable from South Africa, where he talked really about menstrual health management and how the intention really, and it is quite true that in most countries, if you can cursory information from most countries which have implemented menstrual hygiene or free sanitary way initiatives, you will find that there are various issues that come up. The first one would be on the availability of the service, wherein it is also limited to a certain group, or it's at a certain age group. Beyond that age group, the person who has been traditionally getting support is also left. So how do you expect a student in university to continue to learn in a dignified manner if they do not have the adequate or the proper sanitary way? You also find the issue of appropriateness comes to the fore, where in some countries they provide renewable or reusable sanitary pads. And there are other issues now, and in providing that reusable sanitary pad, we more often than not forget that there are some women with conditions where they have heavy flows. They need to constantly change their sanitary pads. So if we give them a reusable pad, where are they going to wash that pad or keep it in a dignified manner as they go through their school day? So these are some of the considerations. We can also talk about the availability of the service, the affordability, the accessibility, and the appropriateness. And I think this framework also applies to when we look at issues to do with infrastructure and service provision, where we ought to constantly apply these 5 principles: the availability principle, the appropriateness principle, the accessibility, the appropriateness principles, and the availability principle. Those 5 principles, again, even the sustainability principles, those 5 A's and an S, that framework will also guide you even as you interrogate and engage with the relevant line ministries. And just also to touch briefly on the threats that you also spoke about, Honorable, and to say it becomes, I think it dovetails the question that was posed to us by the Honorable Chair, to say, what does regional integration mean, and what should we do as members of Parliament? Because you will find that in the protocol of education, there are safety nets, there are probably provisions that are there to support and prevent such malpractices. We have qualifications frameworks. The South Africa, for example, is a very strict qualification framework, which also guides even those who come under the pretext of the protocol, the implementation of the protocol, to say there are guidelines. If they want to come into our country, migrate into our country, learn in our country, they need to have these minimum qualifications. And that is also the import of this protocol, to say we need to then harmonize this qualification framework so that it is quite known. So more often than not, then you'll find that there might be a disjuncture between the import of the protocol and the implementation of the protocol. And sometimes maybe the failure is not with the protocol, or the gaps may not necessarily be with the protocol, but the implementation of that protocol. Maybe we need stricter guidelines, or we need stricter or enforcement of the relevant guidelines that we have. And I think I think I also touched in response to the comment by the rest of the honorable members, including Honorable Madikizela and Honorable Santos. So I think, honorable members, this would be my response. And if there are I don't know if there are any other questions pertaining to this protocol. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Manashi, for that. A round of applause to our committee secretary. Honorable members, I think we have reached the end of this particular session. And in closing this session, so that we move on to the next agenda item, which is the country reports, I would really want us to reflect a little bit about, the role of foundational learning and technical and vocational education and training in driving transformation of our education. The TVET, and I think one member from South Africa did say a lot about that. We should also recognize that we do have a couple of other guidelines or guiding documents that talk about these issues, such as the AU 2026 and the Continental Education Strategy for Africa for 2016 and 2025. These are some of the supporting documents that we need to interact a lot with to really have an understanding of what the whole idea around education and the regional integration around issues of education and employment do talk about. Why this is important is that we need to really focus on building, knowledge-based economy where things don't just happen by accident, where things don't just happen by themselves, but we are very deliberate and intentional about how we are building our knowledge and expertise to drive some of the outcomes that we are looking for. So it's quite important that every time we have these discussions, we always have that, in mind, that there is so much that's available out there that can drive the outcomes that we are trying to achieve as a region. Honorable members, at this stage, I would say we move on to the next agenda item. And as I explained, this is the part where honorable members have an opportunity now to present their own country-specific progress as far as the two protocols that we discussed today are concerned. And I've been informed that we have honorable member from Botswana who would like to be the first to do the presentation, as they have other pressing commitments that they have to rush to. And I think that is well acceptable. We are going to hand over to you, honorable member. You give the country presentation, and then from there we'll see which other countries are ready to come forth. And just to mention, looking at our time, we have an hour before the closing of the day. So we are going to try as much as possible to cover as many countries' reports as possible. And then in an event that we are not able to complete them all today, we will start with those tomorrow morning before we get into the agenda of the day tomorrow. Thank you very much. You have the floor, Honorable.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Honorable Mopekati, the chairperson, and honorable members of the HSDSP, honorable members of the SADC PF Botswana branch, I recognize Honorable Salshando, Her Excellency SADC PF Secretary General, Mrs. Buya Mosekoma, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yeah. My name is Honorable Khare. I'm standing in for Honorable Murolo. We had to leave because of other commitments. I am a member of Parliament from Shupa Manyana and also a member of SADC PF Botswana delegation. I am delighted to present to you the Botswana report on the two protocols, the SADC Protocol on Education and Training of 1997 and the SADC Protocol on Employment and Labor of 2023. My presentation will cover the progress, the challenges, and ratification, status of ratification and implementation of these protocols. I will begin with the Protocol on Education and Training of 1997. Ratification status. Botswana has ratified the SADC Protocol on Education and Training of 1997 on the 21st of November 1997, thus demonstrating its commitment to regional cooperation in education reform and human capital development. The country continues to strive towards aligning national priorities and programs with regional goals, particularly in improving access, quality, and relevance of education, domestication, and legislative alignment. Although Botswana has not yet domesticated the SADC Protocol on Education and Training, some key provisions of the protocol are being incorporated into the national framework and policies, such as the Revised National Policy on Education of 1994, Children's Act of 2009, Education Act of 1967, Botswana National Youth Policy of 2010, Human Resource Development Strategy of 2010 to 2022, Youth Policy of 2010, Human Resource Development Strategy, Education and Training Sector Strategy Plan of 2015 to 2010, National Credit and Qualification Framework, and acts that has established institutions and reforms in higher education and technical education, like the Botswana Qualification Authority Act of 2019. To highlight, the Education Act provides for curriculum development and recognition of foreign qualifications, with 95 to 97% of children in Botswana completing the full 9 years of basic education, 7 years of primary education, and 2 years of junior secondary school education. The Children's Act guarantees the right to education for all and obliges the states to ensure access without discrimination. This makes Botswana one of the highest performing countries in SADC in terms of universal basic education access. All these frameworks promote access, equity, quality education, skills development, and alignment with labor market needs. However, gaps still remain in areas such as digital skills, integration, inclusive education for persons with disabilities, and responsiveness to labor market changes. And when it comes to policy implementation and programs, over the years, Botswana has implemented several initiatives aimed at improving education outcomes and employability. This includes the expansion of the technical and vocational education and training, TVET for short, youth empowerment initiatives such as the Youth Development Fund, and the integration of digital learning within schools. Botswana prides herself in provision of universal free education and tertiary education uninterrupted through provision of government sponsorships. Other programs that support education include school feeding, guidance and counseling, early childhood care and education with 33% enrollment, and the national language policy in education with 13 languages used across the country. And coming to budgetary allocations, Botswana allocates a significant portion of its national budget, approximately 20 to 25% to education. This reflects a strong commitment to human capital development. However, despite this investment, challenges persist due to inefficiencies in resource utilization, limited funding for TVET infrastructure, and relatively low investments in early childhood education. We have realized a major imbalance in that budget for tertiary education. In that budget for tertiary education is usually more than that for foundation learning. We hence need to bridge the gaps to support early childhood development programs. Coming to institutional coordination. There's coordination between ministries responsible for education, labor, health, and gender, as well as gender and child welfare, as per the ESA commitment of 2021 to 2030. Although this coordination is functional, it requires improvement. Challenges include limited data sharing, fragmented programs, and weak alignment between education and labor systems. In Botswana, we still have gaps in skills mismatch, youth unemployment, and child protection alarms. Coming to unemployability and youth vulnerability. Youth unemployment between ages of 15 to 35 remains a critical challenge, estimated at approximately 34%, significantly higher than the overall national unemployment rate of about 25.9%. Evidence suggests a strong correlation between youth unemployment and social challenges that include drug and substance abuse, idleness, psychological distress, and economic hardships. There is growing evidence linking economic stress, particularly male unemployment, to increase incidences of gender-based violence, where approximately 67% of women have experienced GBV at least once in their lifetime. Furthermore, research indicates that economic vulnerability among young women contributes to higher risk of HIV infection and unintended pregnancies, contributing to factors of unemployment, economic dependency, transactional sex, and limited bargaining power in relationships. When it comes to education as a protective factor, in Botswana, life skills education, guidance and counseling, and comprehensive sexuality education form part of curriculums in all schools. However, pregnancy rates still remain relatively high, but policies such as the re-entry policies to give females an opportunity to school are there. Challenges and successes. As already highlighted, Botswana faces several challenges in implementing the education and training protocol due to a mismatch between skills and labor market demand, inefficiencies in education spending, and weak coordination across relevant sectors. These challenges are largely driven by structural economic constraints, capacity limitations, and gaps in data for effective policy planning. A notable success in Botswana is in its continued investment in TVET and youth environment initiatives that promotes entrepreneurship and self-employment. We have achieved near universal access to basic education with strong literacy rates and gender parity in education. The national adult literacy rate stood at 86% in 2014. Botswana has programs such as Connect with Respect and comprehensive sexuality education in all regions to continuously encourage and educate learners in all things related to sexuality. Then proceeding to the Protocol on Employment and Labor of 2023. Ratification status. Botswana signed the protocol in 2023 and is in the process of ratification. The line ministry, which is the Ministry of Labor and Home Affairs, is currently in stakeholder consultations to assess alignment with existing national frameworks towards ratification. Assessments include identifying gaps in the current employment and labor legislation. The intention is to have approval on the ratification by Cabinet in September 2026. Coming to domestication and legislative alignment. Despite the pending ratification, Botswana has substantially aligned its national frameworks with the core principle of the protocol. This legislation and policies include the Employment Act, Trade Unions and Employees Organizations Act, Workers' Compensations Act, Public Service Act, Revised National Policy on Disability, National Social Protection Framework, and Division 2036 and National Development Plan. These frameworks demonstrate strong alignment in areas such as workers' rights, occupational safety, social protection, gender equality, and non-discrimination. However, notable gaps remain, and this include the absence of robust frameworks for youth employment guarantees, limited legal backing for integrated labor market information systems, and inadequate legislative provision for unemployment insurance. Then coming to policy implementation and programs. Currently, Botswana has implemented several programs aligned with the with the protocol's objectives, particularly targeting the unemployed youth, informal entrepreneurs, and vulnerable populations. Key initiatives include the Graduate Internship Program, National Service Program, and the old age pension, the Destitute Persons Program, Ipelege Public Works Program, and Orphan Care Program, all of which contribute significantly to poverty alleviation. Additionally, institutions such as Citizen Entrepreneurial Development Agency, or CEDA, the Local Enterprise Authority, provides financial and non-financial support to entrepreneurs, thereby promoting enterprise development and economic growth. I am pleased to announce that Botswana is in the process of developing the Social Security Insurance Scheme that will be extended to all workers, including those with disabilities, to cushion during job losses. Furthermore, it is worth noting that the Employment and Labor Relations Act recognizes informal sector as workers. Additional schemes include the Botswana Old Age Pension Scheme, a near universal coverage for eligible elderly citizens that plays a critical role in supporting extended households, including orphaned grandchildren. Another is the Botswana Public Officers Pension Fund and the War Veterans Grant. These reforms promote socioeconomic empowerment, vocational training, and labor market inclusions. Then budget allocations. The Ministry of Labor and Home Affairs receives approximately 2 to 4% of the national budget. While this allocation supports core mandate, it remains insufficient to meet the expanding demands associated with full implementation of the protocol. Key challenges include insufficient staffing and technical capacity and limited resources for labor inspection and compliance monitoring. And then institutional coordination. Although social protection expenditure is not fully ring-fenced, it remains a national priority and is relatively well-resourced. Botswana has established formal multi-sectoral coordination mechanisms across ministries responsible for education, labor, gender, health, and child protection. However, coordination remains fragmented, with effectiveness constrained by implementation gaps, structural inefficiencies, and data limitations. The key challenges and successes. Botswana faces 3 primary challenges in implementing the protocol: being structural economic constraints, institutional and capacity limitations, and the legal and regional integration complexities. While political commitment exists at the level of protocol signing, implementation is often constrained by resource and capacity limitation. And the role of Parliament. Parliament of Botswana represents the importance of incorporating international instruments as they serve as roadmap for the country's commitments and actions. I am pleased to announce that Parliament of Botswana has over the years appropriated a significant portion of the national budget, approximately 20-25%, to education. This reflects a strong commitment to human capital development. Parliament approved the National Occupational Safety and Health Policy in August 2025 for the prevention of workplace injuries and diseases and the promotion of safe and healthy working environments. The Employment and Labor Relations Act number 27 of 2025 has also been passed and assented to. The Act provides for the establishment of an independent dispute resolving structure known as the Mediation and Arbitration Commission. The Commission will operate independently from government. This Act further introduces the establishment of social dialogue structures, being the Employment and Labor Relations Council, which will, among others, determine minimum wages. The Mediation and Arbitration Commission responsible for dispute and resolution, and the Mediation and Arbitration Board, which will oversee the functions of the Commission. Furthermore, Parliament annually recognizes and hosts a pre-budget seminar for members of Parliament to strengthen their capacity and interrogate all legal and monetary frameworks with competence, confidence, and authority in order to effectively represent the people and hold the executive to account. This exercise is done annually before the appropriation bill. We also have parliamentary portfolio committees that exercise oversight and scrutiny on all government expenditure to ensure alignment with national priorities and fiscal responsibility principles and recommendations. Botswana therefore calls for a SADC aligned human capital resilience model law, a forward-looking cross-sectional framework law to operationalize commitments under the SADC Protocol on Education and Training of 1997 and the SADC Protocol on Employment and Labor of 2023. This will be a direct response to urgent interlinked challenges highlighted in the recent national discourse: youth and gender unemployment, skills labor market mismatches, rising GVB, and health inequalities tied to economic precarity. This model law will establish statutory coordination, integrated accountability, and rights-based programming across education, employment, gender equality, health, and social protection. Ladies and gentlemen, the government of Botswana, with its commitment in driving legislation and programs under the protocols, ladies and gentlemen, the government will continue with commitment in driving legislation and programs under the protocols if you have already witnessed. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is the report from the Republic of Botswana.
Thank you very much, Honorable. A round of applause for the Honorable Member. Honorable members, do we have any other member who is ready to present the report of the respective country? Honorable member from DRC, kindly introduce your name. Would you kindly do it from the podium? Would you like to do it from the podium? Yes. Please remember to introduce yourself by your name so that we remember you. Then we have honorable member from Namibia as well who will follow. Do we have any honorable member from Angola? Let's stop with the 4 for now and then see what time we'll do to us if they will be able to accommodate all 4 of them. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup pour la parole accordée. Je veux arranger quelque chose qui a été dit pour la prétendue absence de la République démocratique du Congo dans ces assises. Moi, je suis l'honorable Anissé Babanga, sénateur. Comme les collègues Mouya n'est pas là, c'est moi qui représente la République démocratique du Congo. Je suis sénateur, comme je l'ai dit, élu de la province du Maïndombe. Et la législature passée, j'étais comme député national. Cette fois-ci, je suis sénateur. Honorable Président, honorables membres de la Commission, Mesdames et Messieurs les membres du secrétariat, c'est un honneur pour la République démocratique du Congo de prendre la parole dans cette ville de Gaborone, au cœur d'une région qui a compris que sa plus grande richesse ne dort pas sous son sol, mais marche dans ses rues, sa jeunesse. Dans un contexte marqué par la mondialisation, les mutations technologiques et les crises socio-économiques, le développement d'un capital humain résilient et inclusif constitue un enjeu majeur pour les pays africains. À cet effet, la SADC a adopté plusieurs protocoles, notamment sur l'éducation, l'emploi, afin d'harmoniser les politiques publiques et de renforcer les capacités humaines dans la région. La République démocratique du Congo, mon pays, est riche en ressources naturelles, mais confrontée à de nombreux défis structurels, s'inscrit dans cette dynamique régionale. Cependant, malgré les avancées notables, la question demeure. Dans quelle mesure la République démocratique du Congo tire-t-elle réellement partie des protocoles de la SADC pour construire un capital humain résilient et inclusif? Il importe de vous faire part de nos progrès, des défis persistants avant de proposer des perspectives d'avenir, d'amélioration et recommandations. Honorable Président, pour ce qui est des avancées significatives, mais encore limitées, chers collègues, il y a l'amélioration de l'accès à l'éducation par la mise en œuvre de la gratuité de l'enseignement au niveau du primaire depuis 2019, mise en place par l'actuel président de la République. Elle constitue une avancée majeure en ce qui concerne l'augmentation massive du taux de scolarisation, l'alignement progressif avec des orientations de la SADC, la construction des écoles avec le programme PDL 145 territoires, qui aujourd'hui, nous avons plus de 1200 écoles qui sont en train d'être construites et pour que les enfants étudient dans de bonnes conditions. Il y a le développement des institutions d'enseignement supérieur, amélioration du budget de l'éducation et de la formation professionnelle. Et vous êtes ignoré que la République démocratique du Congo fait face à une guerre qui nous est imposée par le Rwanda et ses supplétifs de M23, qui nous empêche de progresser valablement. C'est ainsi que le pays connaît un peu de problèmes par rapport à l'éducation. Il n'y a pas moyen d'injecter le tout parce que la plus grande partie du budget est consommée par les efforts de guerre. 2. Les cadres institutionnels en matière d'emploi. La République démocratique du Congo a entrepris des réformes visant d'abord à promouvoir l'emploi des jeunes, encourager l'entrepreneuriat, s'aligner sur les politiques régionales d'emploi. Ceci montre une volonté d'intégration dans la dynamique de la SADC. 3. Intégration régionale et mobilité. En tant que membre de la SADC, la République démocratique du Congo participe aux activités d'harmonisation des diplômes. Elle bénéficie des programmes de coopératives éducatives. Elle s'inscrit dans les stratégies régionales d'industrialisation. Ces efforts favorisent la circulation des compétences. Pour ce qui est des défis structurels qui limitent l'impact, il y a la faible qualité du système éducatif. Les classes sont surchargées, tellement qu'il y a maintenant la gratuité de l'enseignement. Donc, les classes sont petites, mais avec un grand nombre d'élèves. C'est une difficulté déjà. Manque d'enseignants qualifiés. Insuffisance d'infrastructures, d'où le capital humain formé reste souvent peu compétitif. Deuxième point, l'inadéquation formation-emploi. Les formations sont peu adaptées aux besoins du marché. Faible développement de la formation technique et professionnelle. Manque de compétences dans les secteurs clés, industrie et la numérique. Comme résultat, chômage élevé des diplômés. Le chômage et l'informalité. Il y a la forte proportion de jeunes sans emploi. Domination du secteur informel. Cela limite la résilience économique et sociale. Honorable Président, nous allons parler des inégalités et exclusions. Il y a la disparité régionale importante. Difficulté d'accès pour les femmes et les populations rurales. Impact des conflits armés, comme je le dis tantôt, dans certaines zones. Il y a dans la partie est du pays, le nord et le sud Kivu et l'Ituri. Il y a aussi dans ma province le Maïndombe, à Kwamut, où il y a une milice appelée communément le Mobondo. Les perspectives et recommandations. Il y a l'amélioration de la qualité de l'éducation, former davantage d'enseignants, investir dans les infrastructures, intégrer les compétences numériques techniques, renforcer l'adéquation, formation, emploi, développer la formation technique et professionnelle, créer des partenariats avec les secteurs privés, promouvoir l'apprentissage et les stages. 4. Stimuler la création d'emplois et l'inclusion sociale, diversifier l'économie, soutenir les petites et moyennes entreprises et l'entrepreneuriat. Promouvoir l'industrialisation, mettre en place des politiques ciblées pour les jeunes et les femmes. Réduire les inégalités territoriales. Intégrer progressivement le secteur informel. 5. Renforcer la coopération avec la SADC. Accélérer la mise en œuvre des protocoles. Faciliter la reconnaissance des diplômes. Encourager la mobilité régionale. Honorable Président, honorables membres, de tout ce qui précède, la République démocratique du Congo, mon pays, dispose d'un potentiel considérable pour développer le capital humain résilient et inclusif grâce aux opportunités offertes par la SADC. Cependant, si des progrès ont été réalisés, notamment en matière d'accès à l'éducation, de nombreux défis persistent, en particulier en ce qui concerne la qualité de la formation, l'emploi des jeunes et des infrastructures. Ainsi, l'enjeu principal pour la République démocratique du Congo n'est pas seulement d'adhérer aux protocoles régionaux, mais de les traduire en actions concrètes et efficaces, afin de transformer son capital humain en véritable moteur de développement durable. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. We'll now have the presentation by the Honorable Member from Namibia.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Honorable House. I know it's a little bit late and the energy level is very low, but I will try my best. In terms of the first assignment on Namibia's position,
Please remember to introduce yourself first.
it seems the light is a little bit challenging, Chairman. That's why I have to choose my phone to have some light. I am Edward Vambo, Member of Parliament from Namibia. Namibia's position on the following and the first instruction was in terms of the Protocol on Education and Training, 1997, and SADC Protocol on Employment. Now, Namibia is saying, Namibia continue to be a proactive participant in regional integration, having ratified the SADC Protocol on Education and Training, 1997, and in 2000, even though Namibia signed previous integration, formal ratification of the 2023 update is currently undergoing national administrative and legal reviews currently. In terms of the SADC Protocol on Employment and Labor, Namibia signed on 17 August 2025 during the 45th Ordinary Summit of SADC Head of States held in the Republic of Madagascar. The ratification process of the protocol is at an advanced stage. The protocol has been submitted to the Labor Advisory Council for consultations. Labor Advisory Council is a council established under Section 92 of the Labor Act number 11 of 2007, which functions is to investigate and advise the minister in respect of issues of international and regional associates of states of which Namibia is a member to. On the question on the subject matter of the key provisions of this protocol has been domesticated in the national laws, and the answer is yes, which refers to the SADC protocol of education or on education and training. Answer is yes. In terms of less of primary national laws, policies, and strategies that gives effect on the protocol, domestication of primarily achieved through a Higher Education Act 2003 and Vocational Education and Training Act of 2008. The two statutes are supported by a Namibian College of Open Learning Act 1997, Act number 1 of 1997, which ensures flexible access of access to learning. The statutes are further modernized by a space of Science and Technology Policy of 2021, which together aim to transition the nation into a knowledge-based economy through high-tech research and innovation. Furthermore, the National Qualifications Framework, which is aligned with the SADC Qualifications Framework to ensure regional mobility, also gives effect to the protocol. On the question of specific national programs on interventions have been implemented in the last 5 years. On that one, the following has happened in Namibia. For 2024-2025 financial year, students enrolled reached 77,000, reflecting sustained efforts to promote equitable access to higher education. It has also been enabled by 3 treasury subsidies that the government have deliberately given to students, and that has increased the enrollment of students. Tuition fees and registration fees has been taken away, 100% subsidized by the government. Those are the efforts. And that is why the number has also increased to that, 77,000. Graduate employment rate stands at 65%, indicating modern alignment with the labor market, meaning that government has sufficient interventions to enhance employmentability. To advance the education protocol, Minister of Education, Innovation, Youth, Sports, and Culture has prioritized TVET expansions under the 5th National Development Plan. A landmark achievement in this regard is an expansion of vocational training center to all 14 regions of Namibia through the Namibian Training Authority, and to ensure decentralization access to technical skills. Youth employment and Health Policy, Namibia has successfully transcended its work integrated learning policy from a pilot phase into a structured industry-led framework aligned with TVET, sector skill development plan, and a central features to this update is to formalization of international through the NDA. This entities act as a bridge between educational institutions and labor market process, supported by the significance in the sectors of specific memorandums of understanding, MUOs. On the question of current percentage of the national budget allocated to the Ministry of Education, Labor and Gender, the social sector in Namibia comprise of education, health, social services, social safety nets, youth employment. The sector remains the largest area of government spending. Currently, the sector is allocated 54.3 billion, accounting to 61.7% of the total budget for 2026-2027 financial year. For the 2025-2026 financial year, the government allocated 24.8 billion to the education and innovation sector, whilst education received the largest share of the national budget, approximately 21 to 22% of the budget. Formulation of mechanisms for the coordination between the ministries responsible for education, labor, health and gender, child protocol. For the Ministry of Education, formal coordination of data is managed through a National Council for Higher Education and NDA, ensuring up-to-date statistics. However, programs under the Ministry of Gender, in particular the social protection programs, are spread across many organs, ministries and agencies, OMAs. Coordination is therefore important for the effective and efficient performances of these programs, as it would enable sharing of resources, enhancing information and avoid duplication. Currently, there is inadequate coordination in planning, information sharing, execution and monitoring of social protection programs by OMAs. Where is the current official unemployment rate with the specific focus on youth? Youth unemployment stands at 44.4% rate. This percentage represents those achievable seeking work. The rate is also estimated at 61.4% when including discouraged job seekers who have been giving up looking for employment. One of the key contributors to the high unemployment rate is the lack of entry-level job creation across sectors. What old age pension schemes access and what percentage of the elderly population is covered? In Namibia, there is no legal duty for employed to contribute to the pension scheme for all employees. Thus, many persons in low-income jobs rely exclusively on their old age pension when they retire. Namibia has a universal old age pension for all persons aged 60 and above. The Ministry of Finance received 12.9 billion allocation from financial year 2026-2027, of which 447 million will cater for the pension increase of elderly effected from 1st of April 2026. Currently, pension payouts stands at 1,600, and with the increment it will stand at 1,700. Are these specific social protection interventions targeted persons with disability? The answer is Namibia has a social protection policy which is aligned with Chapter 4 of the Namibian Vision 2030 on people, quality of life, the social transformation pillar of the 5th National Development Plan, and the social progression pillar of the Harambee Prosperity Plan. The policy further aligned to all the strategies in the Zero Hungry Roadmap, the blueprint on wealth redistribution and poverty eradication, national health policy framework, education sector, plans national climate change strategy, Namibian national gender policy, the cabinet resolution 9th of 1706, 2014, which abolishes compulsory payment of parents by to the school development funds. The National Pension Act 1992, number 10 of 1992, provides for national pensions to be paid to HS and the visibility impaired and persons with disabilities, and to provide the matters of accidental, therefore, the social protection policy commits to maintain the disability grant for the people ages from the 16 to 59 that access the services of funding for higher education awareness and individuals supported for children with disabilities. Describe the last one, notable success stories, and base a practice in your country. Namibia's transition is fully subsidized tertiary education for 2026 academic year represents a monumental shift in national policy, covering 100% for registration and tuition fees, public universities and vocational training centers. Namibia successfully aligned the Namibian National Qualification Framework to the SADC Qualification Framework, which facilitates the regional recognition of Namibians current graduates. Namibia has achieved remarkable gender parity in higher education, with female students constitutes approximately 64% of the total enrollment. Central to this qualification assurance effect is to sign project sustainable strategy in higher education internationalization towards excellence in Namibia. This initiative is vital to education sector as it aims to strengthen harmonization of the internationalization efforts of Namibian university by developing formal national strategy and enhancing institutional capacity for the international collaboration, ensuring that Namibian higher education is globally relevant and aligned with the demand of the fourth industrialization resolution. Together with the strategy, reintegration of the Namibian Students Financial Assistance Fund, this achievement harmonized domestic affordability, which is a strong internationalization and inclusive framework for human capital development. Role of Parliament. The Namibian Parliament exercise oversight through the various parliamentary standing committees and comprehensive review of several bills are now underway. So I submit the Namibian position, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Yeah, the name I didn't get, but I think Vambo. Is it Honorable Vambo? Aha, okay. I'm learning. Very soon I'll call everyone by their name. We had Honorable Member from Angola. Let's see how far you can take us, and then we can see if it's at all possible to accommodate anybody else, or otherwise we will then continue tomorrow morning. We are closing at 5 p.m. So you have about 10 minutes. Thank you. But no pressure, you will finish your presentation.
Muito obrigado, senhor presidente. Eu sou Luísa Damião. Obrigado, senhor presidente. Sou Luísa Damião, do Parlamento de Angola. Senhor presidente, permita-me dar também a minha contribuição nos progressos que foram implementados nesta matéria. Começo por dizer que Angola assinou o referido protocolo a 17 de agosto de 2023, tendo a sua adesão sido aprovada pela Assembleia Nacional no dia 23 de janeiro de 2025, através da resolução número 6/25 de 10 de março. Neste momento encontra-se em curso os procedimentos subsequentes para o seu depósito efetivo junto da SADC. O emprego jovem continua a ser um dos maiores desafios dos países com uma estrutura etária predominantemente jovem, como é o caso de Angola. Consideramos que este protocolo constitui uma ferramenta estratégica para a promoção do trabalho digno, do emprego produtivo e inclusivo, do respeito pelos direitos laborais e do reforço dos sistemas de proteção social. Honoráveis deputados, Senhor Presidente, alinhado com as práticas internacionais, as recomendações regionais e tendo em conta as necessidades nacionais, o governo de Angola estabeleceu em dezembro de 2023 a Política Nacional de Emprego, aprovada pelo Decreto Presidencial número 266/23, de 5 de dezembro. Este instrumento consagra a Agenda Nacional de Emprego, definindo linhas orientadoras para atuação coordenada de diversos atores públicos e privados no domínio da promoção do emprego, com o objetivo de aumentar a taxa de emprego na economia nacional. Neste contexto, foi também institucionalizado o Fundo Nacional para o Emprego, que iniciou as suas atividades no primeiro trimestre de 2025, com a finalidade de financiar projetos e iniciativas geradoras de emprego, bem como o Observatório Nacional de Emprego. Este fundo visa garantir a melhoria das relações e condições de trabalho, assim como a erradicação do trabalho infantil em Angola, uma prioridade permanente que tem merecido especial atenção do governo de Angola. O programa reforça igualmente o cumprimento das normas laborais no âmbito da Operação Trabalho Digno, lançada em julho de 2024 em todo o território nacional e que passará a ser executada anualmente. Reconhecemos, contudo, que o emprego jovem continua a ser um dos maiores desafios da nossa região e Angola não foge à regra. Por essa razão, Angola tem vindo a investir em programas de formação profissional, estágios, promoção de autoemprego e facilitação do acesso ao microcrédito. Neste sentido, foi criado um programa Jovens e Oportunidades de Bons Empregos e mais de 26 mil cidadãos já foram beneficiados com este programa. Gostaríamos de encorajar os demais Estados-membros a assinarem e ratificarem este protocolo, de modo a acelerar a entrada em vigor e maximizar os benefícios para os nossos cidadãos. Honoráveis deputados, gostaria de referir-me agora muito rapidamente à educação, que constitui um pilar fundamental para o progresso social, econômico e cultural dos nossos países. Em Angola, o Parlamento tem desempenhado um papel determinante na criação de políticas e leis que visam garantir o acesso à educação de qualidade para todos os cidadãos. Entre as principais ações parlamentares, destacamos a aprovação da Lei de Base do Sistema de Educação, instrumento que define a organização, os princípios e os objetivos do ensino no país. Esta lei tem sido atualizada ao longo do tempo com o objetivo de responder aos desafios atuais e melhorar continuamente o sistema educativo. Outro marco importante foi a implementação da gratuidade do ensino primário nas escolas públicas, medida que contribuiu significativamente para o aumento do número de crianças na escola e para a redução do analfabetismo. Paralelamente, o Parlamento tem impulsionado reformas orientadas para a modernização do ensino, com destaque para a expansão da rede escolar, o reforço da formação de professores e a integração progressiva de novas tecnologias no processo de ensino e aprendizagem. As políticas de inclusão têm igualmente merecido especial atenção, garantindo o acesso à educação a crianças com necessidades educativas especiais, bem como promovendo o ensino técnico profissional fundamental para o desenvolvimento econômico sustentável. Senhores deputados, apesar dos avanços alcançados, persistem ainda desafios importantes. O setor da educação e desenvolvimento de competências na região da SADC enfrenta questões comuns a nível global, como a necessidade de elevar a qualidade de ensino, reduzir as assimetrias regionais e reforçar as infraestruturas escolares. Em Angola, diversas medidas têm sido implementadas com vista ao alargamento da oferta educativa e da melhoria da qualidade do ensino. Destaca-se aqui o Programa Nacional de Merenda Escolar, iniciativa que contribui significativamente para o aumento da taxa de retenção e do sucesso escolar. Em consonância com as recomendações da Conferência Nacional sobre o Capital Humano, realizada em Luanda nos dias 29 e 30 de agosto do ano passado, e que contou com a participação de quadros angolanos vindos da diáspora, está em curso um processo de harmonização curricular. Este processo visa melhorar a qualidade da formação superior, bem como incentivar a criação de cursos nas áreas das ciências, tecnologia, engenharia, artes e matemática, promovendo assim uma melhor adequação da oferta formativa às exigências do mercado de trabalho. Investir na educação é investir no futuro de Angola. É por isso imperativo que continuemos a trabalhar de forma concertada, com visão estratégica e compromisso, para garantir um sistema educativo mais inclusivo, moderno e de qualidade para todos. Os dados são muito claros, jovens e mulheres são os mais afetados pelas falhas estruturais dos nossos sistemas. Por isso mesmo, não devem ser vistos apenas como grupos vulneráveis. Devem ser reconhecidos como agentes estratégicos de transformação. Por isso, devemos investir seriamente na formação técnico-profissional, criar políticas ativas de emprego orientadas para a inovação, remover as barreiras estruturais à participação feminina no mercado de trabalho e garantir a oportunidade igual para homens e mulheres. Devemos também ter em conta que o desemprego não é apenas ausência de rendimento, é também ausência de educação e é um fator multiplicador de riscos sociais. Aí deparamos-nos com a violência baseada no género, os casamentos prematuros, a gravidez precoce e os ciclos intergeracionais de pobreza. Por isso, devemos continuar a articular as políticas relativas à educação e ao emprego para respondermos às reais aspirações dos nossos povos. Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lucia Santos. You did it exactly at 5 p.m. You kept the time that was allocated. Honorable members, we have reached the end of the day for today. We still have other countries that are remaining to present their progress reports. Let's adjourn today and meet again tomorrow at 9 a.m. And immediately when we get here, we will have countries that are remaining present their reports quickly before we move on to the presentations by the resource persons. I would want to make you aware that presentations for tomorrow should be shared with you. Those who are in the WhatsApp group, they are there, but they're also shared via email. Kindly confirm that every one of you has access to the presentations for tomorrow. Please take your time to go through the presentations in order for us to have more engaging discussions tomorrow more than what we had today. I thank you very much for your participation. Thank you very much for the support of the chair, and let's have a good evening. Thank you.
Yes. I can announce.
Okay, the meeting is adjourned, honorable members. You are free to leave.